Alrighty then, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the WD BLACK Esports Club Pro League 4 Rainbow Six Siege, supported by Ubisoft and our broadcast partner, Booyah. I'm your host, Blackjack. Joining me is my co-host, Babagusta, and of course, our admin, Eisen, as we are here for the beginning of the very final week of the Pro League. That is right, the final week of these last 11 months of non-stop Rainbow Six Siege action is here, and it starts off with Division 3 Day 5 going live on your screens with Spectre Gaming versus Throw Syndicate on the map of Theme Park. Let us join the players without a moment's notice right now. In fact, right at the end of the ban phase, that is right, the ban phase itself has been taken care of, as we had to kind of get the math started before the stream itself came to us, the casters here at the Pro League and whatnot. We had to kind of get the match started early because of potential disconnect issues from the side of Throw Syndicate or Spectre Gaming. Apparently things are a little bit touch and go today. Hopefully, they are not for too long. But of course, the ban phase has been taken care of. Thatcher, Montaigne, Mira, and Valkyrie have been taken care of from both the attack and the defense. Interesting Montaigne ban right there. You don't necessarily see him be too powerful on Theme Park. Then again, a full body shield can do wonders for any team on the attack. Regardless, first floor, armory, and throne room will be the side of choice to start off round one. And as we do, let us have a look at both the rosters that are here in the lobby first today. From the side, excuse me out there, I take a bit of a pause. Anyway, from the side of Spectre Gaming, as we load into the lobby right here, we've got Venatus Barcode. I kind of forgot who that was. Oreo. Yep, there we go. Venatus Oreo Noob. Apparently, Pazu has switched his name to All Nines. I'm not sure if that means he's going to get 9 kills or he's going to die 9 times tonight. We're about to find out. Killster, of course, rounding out the roster. And from the side of Throw Syndicate, we've got Killsteel, Buck Sarcastic, Hecko, Adiat, and Cheesy Chimkins. And with that, round one is underway. And Baba Gusta, I've kept you from the mic long enough. How are you on this fine evening?
Doing great, Jack. And hopefully I'll just be able to remember those names. Being Pazu changed his username to 999. Maybe he was making a reference of Pac-Man. Maybe you reached at the final end level, and sometimes the it's just a math thing. The 8-bit only has a total of 128 bits. But anyways, as we proceed to the action phase, first round will come in with the sight being on armory and throne room. Looks like Spectre Gaming will be the one to start their workout. Starting off, they will try to get the control in towards cash. Looks like all 4 of the attackers are making their way, although one of them is still below the maintenance window, just waiting for an opportunity, or it's basically a hard breach of Vanitas to try to open up the wall in towards armory. Although he do need to be careful of either a mute jammer or the high electro claws. It shouldn't be much more of a problem for him. Killster will start making his way, but he just needs to make sure that he'll be able to give information and that he'll be able to do it via the drones. The Jackal will be able to track one. Is going to be the Coyote getting spotted from the Jackal's footprints. Actually, from the opposition's footprints. And talking about the defenders, they will force themselves to fall back in towards the site, make their last stand in towards the site itself. But except Killsteel, though, because he's currently in towards the bunker. He wants to challenge one of the players who are thinking of dropping down in towards the hatch, but it is merely a distraction. Flashbangs will come in, and looks like the mute jammers has somehow blocked almost the entirety of it, but also on the left side of it, it still has a chance to eliminate it. But here comes Adi with a beautiful headshot, taking out Pazu, making it a 4v5, and looks like Spectre Gaming's will be able to lose one of their hard breacher. A Maverick taken care of. No 2 frag grenades, nor a total of 5 gas canisters helping him to open up any breached wall. But that vertical line of style that vertical lines of sight will come in from Spectre Gaming to hopefully to try to even up the odds here. Talking about the time, though, only 52 seconds left for Spectre Gaming to work it out. All Throw Syndicate needs to do is to hold their ground. Will it happen, though? Let's find out.
Jackal scans coming out from Manu right there. That's kill steal. The Goyo needs to make sure that his position isn't given away, but it will be, as he wanted to go for a big flank. Unfortunately, Goyo's too speed, didn't allow him to do it in time, but he will still get the kill. And that's Noob taken care of. Now a 5v3. Aspected Gaming are put into an even bigger disadvantage, now 5v2, but the refrag comes in finally from Killster onto Killsteal. Well, you know, nice little name synergy right there. Adi finds Venetus in the meanwhile, leaving the Nomad, the last person standing, Killster, on second floor, being chased by a Vigil. Will be seen, not taken out, taken out. There we go. Adi had a he had a bit of a moment right there with his bullets, but he managed to connect them right towards the end, as we will see. Right towards the end, as we will see in the instant replay. Getting the kill, making sure that Throw Syndicate have no issues, starting off on defense on a theme park with a strong win under their belts already. Good stuff from them. Unfortunately, Spectre Gaming seemed too discordant, too all over the place. They could not react in time to the way that Throw Syndicate was playing, and unfortunately they just got taken down back to back. It was just one by one the bodies were dropping. Really, Hecko mostly doing a lot of work on second floor, right? He was taking 1v1s. It didn't look at any point that he was being pinched from two sides or even three sides, even though there were like three attackers on second floor at any given point on the round. They could have pinched him. They could have droned him out. None of that happened, unfortunately, from Spectre's side. And if we look at the leaderboard right now for Division 3, I think that might give us a few more. Well, it actually isn't going to give us any answers about why the way that round went the way it did, because Spectre is currently on second place, just below, you guessed it, Throw Syndicate. Throw Syndicate currently on 12 points, leading the table with a very dominantly positive round conversion ratio, 16 to them, while Spectre Gaming have a 7 positive round conversion and 9 points on the table. They, of course, have played one less game than Throw Syndicate, and interestingly enough, no team in Div 3 has gone undefeated this season, which, of course, speaks more about the rest of Div 3 being quite quite competent in their own right. You have teams like Red Vipers and Clickbait down here, who are in and of themselves fairly scary teams to go up against. But the issue here is they are not in the top two. It is these two teams playing here right now, Throw Syndicate and Spectre Gaming. And so far, if nothing else, Throw Syndicate has shown why they should be at the top with that first round. Oh, wow. Oh, dear me. Do excuse me right there, ladies and gentlemen. Seems like I had a bit of a temporary disconnect moment. I am back, of course, and the point that I was taking before I got rudely interrupted by my own internet is that excuse me right there, is that Throw Syndicate, they in that first round pretty much demonstrated why they should be at the very top of the leaderboard. Spectre Gaming, sure, second place isn't exactly terrible either, but they need to make sure that things don't go any far south than it did initially. Hecko holding a very, very forward angle here on Cafe. He's got a good position, a point position, as a flashbang comes in, and some utility burn will also come in. Concussors from Oreo, and you have the Yings Candelas coming in. Noob, he's about to push in, and Echo is flashed, and he's going to be taken down. No, actually, Cheesy Chimpkin's coming for support, and he finds Noob. That's the Ying taken care of, but the Zofia will come in, get a retaliation done onto the Goyo, which will force Cheesy to fall back, try to beat this again. Sees the Zofia, can't get the kill. Unfortunate, as it's a 4v4 at the minute 30 mark.
Talking about this pressure here, Barcode really needs to be careful of the angle he's holding, because Cheesy Chimpkins is still trying to contest the player in towards Cafe. There is 2 lines of sight being placed on the side of Throw Syndicate, and looks like Killsteal will be able to take out Pazu. Taking out the ace, putting it in a 3v3. Spectre Gaming again in a lot of trouble, with the Zofia being in Ozone HP, and Killsteal taking out another one, whips out the Keratos, but Venethouse will be there for the refrag, puts it in a 2v2. There is still a chance here, knowing that Throw Syndicate almost had the upper hand. But now it is time for Spectre Gaming to make their play, unless and until the Zofia loses the gunfight against Buck Sarcastic. Prefast will come in. Zofia knows the information. He's still worried about the yellow stairs angle as well. He is currently cornered, unless and until Venethouse is going to make some moments in which he will do exactly that. He's going to go for a plant. Spectre Gaming, Throw Syndicate actually has no idea about it. Again, tries to go for a fake plant. Don't think that is a good idea after all, as Cheesy Chimkins and Buck Sarcastic still doesn't have the idea at all. Needs to go for a plant here, Venethouse. Still need to plan it out at least on 6 seconds, but it was at the wrong timing. Cheesy Chimkins will catch him in the act, and so does the Zofia. In the hands of Buck Sarcastic, Throw Syndicate will be able to win another round, winning second floor bunk and daycare. If Venethouse would have, stuck the plant, would have forced themselves to put themselves in a post-plan situation, they could have won that round. Although trying to go in for a fake plant wasn't a good idea, although I do have to agree that he didn't had much of a cover to hold an angle with, since he didn't had any idea on where either the mute or the Melusi was. So I do kind of agree why he would go for that fake plant, but if he could have just stuck with the plant for at least 0.5 seconds or so, this round could have won in the favor of Spectre Gaming, but unfortunately it did not. It looks like Throw Syndicate will be able to win yet another round. Talking about the third round, though, the site will be on second floor initiation room and office. The sixth pick coming in, bringing in the Wamai with a total of 4 discs to make sure that he'll be able to catch some certain utilities in the hands of the attackers. Now, talking about this round itself, if Throw Syndicate wins another defensive round, especially on a site like Initiation and Office Room, then that means Spectre Gaming needs to win 3 rounds of attack in round 4 itself. If they do not, if Throw Syndicate at least completes the first half in a 5-1 or a 4-2, then that means Throw Syndicate still has the advantage. But although talking about this map itself, the map Theme Park, which is popularly known for its defensive plays, even in the second half, something miraculous plays might happen. Who knows? We might be able to see it in the action phase itself. The attackers were making their way while they are spawned in towards the Ferris wheel. Actually, there isn't any Ferris wheel. The only things that we see is bumper cars, the fountain, I believe. Yeah, teacups. Yes. Thank you, Isaac. Teacups. Yeah, T-Jack.
Not today, not yet, actually. All right. Yeah. All right. Okay. I guess we're passing it off to me with that question, like a very, very weirdly stagnated game of pass the pillow. But round 3 will go forward into its action phase nice and quickly, with a few hatches being broken, nothing too much coming out. Interestingly enough, Venethouse is bringing in the Kali. Gonna have to be very accurate with the shots, mind you. Of course, Kali no longer takes down 3 armors, although there are no 3 armors in that defensive. Operator loadout to begin with. Regardless, got to be careful that you don't go for a limb shot, because the instant down mechanic is no longer a thing with that operator. Kind of might be, depending on what the new season brings. Of course, technical test servers are currently live for testing out those very changes themselves. But back to the current game, you have plenty of utility clearances coming out and near team kill as well from Spectre Gaming, as there's 4 of them currently on the eastern side of the map. 1 repelled on bathroom and the other 3 on the balcony area, which is not too good for them if they get found and taken down. All it takes is 1, and Buck Sarcastic is actually going to be the one to start things off, with Noob being the first to fall. The Ash is now down, even though Oreo is repelling on bathroom. You have Killster watching that office door, and of course you have Pazu holding the cash door all the way into waiting room. Even then, there's not too much that's happening here. You have the Lances coming in, denying utility, but time is being wasted, and having lost that first body already, the longer it takes, the worse it's going to get, as Oreo takes a bit of friendly fire right there. They're trying to find Buck Sarcastic, who's just behind the bomb, waiting for his opportunity, but no, he's going to get down by the Kali via the Selma coming out from Ace nice and quickly, as Oreo finds somebody else. That's Adi taken care of. Now it's effectively a 3v4, and Spectre have good leeway to get into sight. They just need to actually do that, and Killsteel will actually start things up by finding one. A bit of a messy shot right there, but regardless, Hecko gets taken down as Humans finds Venethouse, and now it's a 2v2. Buck Sarcastic is still down, but Cheesy Chinkins could come in with a huge kill of his own. Cheesy, if he's able to find the angle, he doesn't need to probably. The shotgun comes in to find 2 back-to-back. And Killsteel will quite literally steal the round away from the side of Throw Syndicate. Again, very messy, very all over the place, making far too many mistakes and giving too many opportunities to the side of Throw Syndicate. The defense could just have a single operator or two operators rotate into powerful positions that are not being watched. And even if those positions are compromised, it's at the cost of other similarly powerful cross angles that need to be held at any given point in time. Even with two players remaining, one goes in through the bathroom door. Sure, the other could just as simply hold the Selma where the smoke was. That breach, he was very much exposed to that breach, and I'm pretty sure excuse me there, I'm pretty sure that was the whole point of pushing up that aggressively. That he gets taken out by the breach, any player holding the breach, that is, but he at least drops diffuser. Best case scenario is he gets a kill, makes it a 1v1, right? Maybe even opens up the revive onto Buck Sarcastic, who was down the whole time. That was the whole idea of Throw Syndicate's play right there. That has been their idea, that they are taking these big risks because they almost have entire confirmation that Spectre Gaming will pretty much not do too much to hold multiple angles at the same time. And that is exactly what we're getting to see from SG. They're not holding more than one, maybe two angles, which are very important to the kind of play they want to make. And as soon as one person goes down, even one, they suddenly stop holding two angles at the same time to begin with, even with four players remaining. Three of those four players were concentrated towards office, one repelling on bathroom window. That is not the kind of push you want to do. Maybe try taking control of the break room on the other side. Maybe going through, bunk daycare would be something that might work out even better. You can get into initiation that way. But they didn't do any of that. They just went straight and tried to brute force their way into sight with almost minimal clearance on waiting room. And obviously, that's not going to work against Throw Syndicate, very clearly so, as it's now 0-3, with Throw Syndicate having a very clear lead on this match. Very much so, no issues from their end whatsoever. Spectre Gaming is still chasing what could have been, but unfortunately, what if scenarios aren't about to win you a game? You need to take initiative, and you need to make sure that at the very least you minimize mistakes as much as possible. Obviously, no push can be 100% perfect, but you need to try and make them as perfect as possible. As Adi missing a few shots right there onto an attacker that had snuck his way into the 90 hallway, of course, outside a bathroom, first floor, and that was Oreo. But of course, that's a bit of a warning shot for him, as he will fall back nice and quickly. Venetus and Killster going for the breach on maintenance room, right? Nice and quickly. Heko knows he cannot do anything to trick that, of course, so he will just simply have to wait and wait for the angle to open up and get a kill as and when required. But no, a big push comes in, and that's going to be kill steal with a huge double kill before being shut down by Pazu. But again, the damage is done. It's a 4v3 with your Kali and your ace gone, and no hard breach taken care of from the side of Spectre Gaming.
Well, talking about that, we will see Zofia gets taken down in the hands of Adi, right in towards the yellow stairs. And looks like the Carnage Throw Syndicate continues. Double kill for Adi's K1A, and with the MP5, still trying to figure out a way, and the impact nade will come in to get the confirmation as well. Throw Syndicate throwing the impacts to get their win, as they'll be able to take the round of first floor armory and throne room. And with it, the score count will be 4-0 in favor of TS. What a play coming in on the side of defense. Talking about the side that they'll be defending will be on second floor bunk and daycare. I actually do want to, talk about the TTS server that we were talking about, Jack. We do get to see some major changes, some major buffs, major nerfs. Talking about major buffs, Nomad, actually not the Nomad, Nook can be able to, can be able to pass through the Melusi's Banshee deterrents, proximity mines, any trap utilities that the defenders have. It even includes EDDs. Kapkan's EDDs.
That one actually doesn't really click for me, because Kappa's EDDs, they work based on lasers, right? Physical contact on the laser, just like Aruni does. Yep. So, yeah, I'm kind of on the fence on that one, but then again, realism isn't really a concern at this point. So, I can kind of buy it, I guess, but all I have to say is don't do my boy Capcan like that, please. All right, he doesn't get played enough as is. All right, don't do him like that. Don't give him like a hard counter like it wouldn't be good for him, it's just gonna hurt him even more. And Nook's, and already this buff is gonna make Nook like really prominent in a lot of areas of Rainbow Six, right? But then again, it's only a test server change, it's a test server testing phase change. Like they said in the reveal panel, they're gonna test out more experimental stuff early to get feedback and change accordingly before they go live. So, it's not gonna come in this season, probably not. That's what they've said so far. But even then, it's a very interesting change, I think, and it's definitely worth talking about.
I mean, it is a huge change, to be honest. It's not just the Nook change that we're going to see. They're going to be bringing in a new secondary weapon called the Gone 6. That is one of the most game-changing gadgets that we're going to see. But for now, let's just focus on the game as we see the G8 LMG dealing, going for that pre-fire to try to eliminate Adi. Right in towards the cafe, is currently holding the deployable shield to hold an angle in towards the cafe entrance. And talking about the attackers, though, Spectre Gaming are slowly making their way. And talking about it, Killster would require to use his Ace Selma Breach Charge or any of the explosive utility to be destroyed. And looks like he'll be able to use the Ace Selma Breach to destroy it, followed up with the Zophia's Impacts to take out the same deployable shield. That's two utilities placed in one single place. You're just going to lose one more, in which the Selma Breach Charge, in which Ace has. He only has two. And he needs to at least open up lines of sight in towards Cafe so that he could be able to go for the plant. Although, talking about the defenders, though, they are being as patient as possible. They're waiting for the attackers to make a play, and looks like the Ace Selma Breach Charge will come in as well, giving them lines of sight, and so does the Impacts to deny the Ace Selma Breach Charge. But unfortunately, it won't happen. But if they do have the C4 play, in which Hecko, as currently as of now, he is currently in towards Bunk. All he has to do is to just throw a C4 right in towards the cafe to get that information. Adi dealt with some major damage with the frag grenade, but he will still survive. But Vanitas will be able to make sure he'll be able to take out another pre-fire, which would miss another opportunity to take out Cheesy Chimkins right in towards the main stairs. But looks like Spectre Gaming is one step closer into getting access in towards the side. The C4 will come in, doesn't work out, but Adi's pre-fire, actually the Adi's gunshot will be able to take out. No, but here comes CC Chimkins with a play. In towards the mid stairs, taking out one. Hego gets the other, taking out Pazu. And with it, Venethouse will be the last man standing in towards Cafe. All hopes gone. But maybe he might be able to shed some light around. Unfortunately, it won't happen. Throw Syndicate will be able to win round 5. Second floor bunk and daycare. Looks like Throw Syndicate's defensive play in the first half is undefeated. As we proceed to round 6, the site being on second floor initiation room and office. And continuing back the TTS update that we were talking about, Nook wasn't the only player which has been received with buffs and nerfs. We did get to see Kali being brought back up to, we did get to see Kali, nerfed in this specific mid-patch season, and then it just immediately brought back. And I believe the next, it was a lot.
Like the nerf was huge, obviously. Like even to this day, people will feel the effects of that, and it's kind of hurting Kali's pick rate just in general. Already a sniper in Rainbow Six, not exactly the best weapon to have in hand. That's why they gave her the SPSMG to begin with, right? So that she could push closer quarters, if you will. But in the meanwhile, you have this buff that Kali's getting, right? It's just a damage increase, obviously. It's not the down but not out mechanic that they used to have. That I think it's safe to assume that is just gone right now. But it's a damage buff, up to 127 points instead of 122. Basically, what that does is all armor types, as in obviously 1 armor, 3 speeds, right? 3 speeds get killed instantly. That remains the same. But 2 and 3 armors normally will be downed instead of 3 armors just barely surviving. And with Rook armor, all armor types get downed. At least that's what the patch note says. I haven't actually had time to go in and test this change with Kali just yet. Maybe tonight, once the stream's over, might hop into a custom game with a couple of friends. Do a bit of change testing, if you will. And overall, that brings us to another little teased change. It's not in the actual test server itself just yet, But it's another change that will be in the game in future seasons. The whole health system revamp. It's not really a revamp per se. It's just that instead of two armors and three armors, having extra multipliers and debuff multipliers and all that stuff, all those hidden changes, those are just being brought up to the surface. So, like, basically, two armors are actually 120 HP because of the reduction multiplier that's on them. Three armors are 140. Yada yada yada. You get the point, right? So it's again nice, more clarity in what info you're actually seeing. But again, we're gonna have to pause that discussion as we had Adyat going for a little bit of play on Dragon Stairs, and not being able to get that kill, unfortunately, forced to fall back very quickly as Hecko will get stunned. And that's, of course, one of the concussions coming his way. But I believe that concussive was to try and burn out the ADSs or any other denial type utility placed around the control room area, which, of course, the Goyo just being there kind of did a bit of denial for him just in general. But, of course, that's not the intention of Echo being there. Regardless, you have these plays coming out from Throw Syndicate and Spectre Gaming. Really, the last round was not good from them either. They really just got bunched up inside of Cafe and practically gunned down from all angles. As this time, once again, you're seeing a bit of a bunch up towards Cash Stash Room, and facing in the waiting room shorts. They're doing the utility burn and whatnot, but it's not very efficient and not entirely accurate either. They're not emphasizing on one room or the other. Most of them are in this one cash room area that they're trying to go in from through the bathrooms, into sight. But it's not working for them. That has to be opened by Pazu. Not sure what the reasoning for that one is, but Ventus will go down. He tried to go into the control room. Something that we mentioned before is to try and change up where you could take control from. But unfortunately, it just won't work. Those Syndicate just have too many angles on check right now, but Killster will take Adi down in the meanwhile. That is your Jaeger taken care of. Good kill. A much needed one, but the double down will come in as you have Oreo being down and Oreo being taken care of, Pazu down, and Killster low on HP because of Buck Sarcastic. Time does not remain too much anyway as they're trying to push in. Heckle gets taken down. Cheesy Chimkin finds another. Here's one for Buck Sarcastic, and he trades! Actually, he wins that gunfight because he got the kill off just in time. Of course, since it still technically counts as a trade, we see Cheesy Chimkins on the final kill cam, but you guys see the instant replay, all of our viewers in chat, which was a beautiful shot right towards the end. And that, ladies and gentlemen, is going to do two big things. One is going to move us into round 7 roll swap, where the side of Throw Syndicate are on the attack, and of course, the side of Spectre Gaming are on the defense. But even bigger, match point confirmed for the side of Throw Syndicate, as they have completely dominated this match so far. There is no question, it has been a domination game from them. Spectre Gaming not showing up. Sure, that last round could have gone either way, but again, just those mistakes being made, constantly getting bunched up, taken down in groups, rather than losing just pure 1v1s. And even when they lose 1v1s, they're not trading, they're not refragging. That keeps losing them more and more ground in any given round in this match. And that's why we see this situation come out where the match point has already been taken at the round 7 mark. 6-0. Sure, Throw Syndicate are on the attack now. It's going to be harder for them, but it really depends on how Spectre Gaming plays the rest of this match.
And I do have to agree on that, Jack. Talking about Throw Syndicate, though, winning 6 rounds of defense in a row in the first half itself will give them the spot on, will give them match point. And Spectre Gaming will be the one defending this time, with the site being on Armory and Throne Room. The way how Spectre Gaming was attacking in the first half was just quite standard. I mean, most of the pushes you see was either from the entrance in Cafe or in towards Cash Room. Other than that, we don't see any roam clearance. No, I mean, it's just normal standard drone works. We actually did get to see the, the A Selma Breach just providing 2 angles. But that was it. The defenders exactly knew what kind of push that Spectre King was doing, and they immediately eliminated them one at a time. But now, since the role swap, we will see Throw Syndicate on attack this time. And with the drone works coming in, giving them valuable information, they will start off by trying to get the access in towards the office so that they can continue using that vertical lines of sight. Although, according to the hold of Spectre Gaming, we won't be able to see any roamers. It's just going to be a full-on turtle anchor hold coming in on the side of Spectre Gaming. Although Venatos is in towards the gong room, he is the only player who is almost right outside the site. And looks like all four of the defenders are still in the site itself. A very curious one, no about it, but talking about the number of denials that they have from Spectre Gaming, you have the Kai's Electro Claws, you even have the Mute's Jammers to deny that hard breach. Azadi is still trying to find that Electro Claw. Taking it out would help them open up the wall in towards the yellow stairs, and they need to do it as best as possible. Another breach charge will come in, which would give them another vertical lines of sight, which would force the Kai to relocate himself in a different spot. Looks like Venatos is waiting for the opportunity, so he's just going to chill out, prone himself, maybe use the default camps to give them viable information. But for now, the attackers already gaining control. They still having a bit of problems in which they will be able to clear those by first taking out the Melusi's Banshee deterrent and also some of the utilities that has been plagiarizing itself. And talking about the Electro Claws, it has been placed below the desk and looks like Throw Syndicate is having a lot of problems finding out exactly where it is, but they won't be having any problems finding one of the operators though. Killsteel taking out Venatos, who was in towards the gong room, unfortunately will be the one who's going to get taken out. Hecko, even if we do use the grenade, it won't happen because one of the electric claws will be placed on the right side, but the left side has already been open, and so does the entire wall, in which they will proceed making a push. Easy Chimkins, I believe that was a one-tap taking out Killster, posted in a 3v5. The push will commence, whereas Barcode will take out Adi. That's going to be Oreo eliminating Adi, trying to make sure that they'll be able to get a fighting chance. Noob will be able to take out Cheesy Chimking as well, getting the control from that vertical line of sight in which the attackers had. And Pazu will make sure that the push would not happen. Looks like Spectre Gaming has got things under control. 2v2, the Jaeger will down yet another one. The aggressive push will come in, but it will be denied in the hands of Pazu. A well hold coming in from Spectre Gaming, as they'll be able to at least make sure that it would not be a flawless victory against Throw Syndicate. But I do have to mention the mistake there from Spectre Gaming. Giving the vertical lines of sight control in towards the defender wasn't a good idea. Although they they were losing a lot of bodies, they were forced to go downstairs to try to contest that push. Unfortunately, we didn't get to see some of them trying to open up the barrels nor opening up the maintenance wall, which didn't give much of a distraction. The defenders only had to worry about one specific wall, and they did exactly that, in which in fact will give the win for Spectre Gaming. Although they need to win 5 more defensive rounds like these, and all Throw Syndicate needs to do is to just win one attack round in the second half of map Theme Park. Will it happen? Will it not? We're about to find out in round 8.
The last one was fairly interesting from the side of Throw Syndicate, right? It was very clear that they weren't having too many problems taking gunfights. The issue was actually getting into sight. The turtle hold idea from Spectre worked out definitely a lot better than I think Throw Syndicate was expecting it to, more so than just from a defensive hold perspective, if you will. And Throw Syndicate definitely tried to get that wall open. They were spending so many resources on the yellow stairs wall. It was kind of crazy. But even then, they definitely did some work to get in there. Unfortunately, it just was not enough. And once the Selmas were even open, they had to watch for the long angles. They took the early man count lead, but again, with the defenders so deeply rooted inside a site in all of the nooks and crannies, it was just that hard to get them out. And unfortunately, you know, it kind of just bit Throw Syndicate in the back. And that is, you know, one of the reasons Theme Park is just so heavily defender-sided. It is really hard to get a well-rooted defending team out of those positions without wasting so much utility. Excuse me right there. So much utility used up that it almost becomes a meme at some point. It's like, how much are you going to throw at the defenders just to get them out of a position? Well, at this point, it's the kitchen sink, ladies and gentlemen. That is for sure. But we have another round in play, and that is, of course, round 8. It won't be a flawless victory, just like Baba Gusta said, but there's still a chance of a Throw Syndicate victory right here, right now. As Adi has made his way into Cafe, we have Oreo taking a bit of damage, but so does Adi, who's actually going to be downed, and Oreo is going to get the C4 out, confirms the kill onto Adi, swings right again, and gets another one. How is this man getting away with these things? He's now going up against a Zofia, who will finally get the refract done, but again, the damage is done. A C4 from below will find him. Buck Sarcastic goes down as Noob to chime in with a beautiful explosive play, if you will, leaving only Hecko and Cheesy Chimkins. The final 2 remaining, and again, Throw Syndicate falling prey to something very similar to what Spectre was doing, which is bunching up in one place and not doing too much in 2 different areas. And that's going to see one more kill taken, but of course you have the Nomad just outside the hallway. I don't think kills are saw him, but it doesn't matter. Ventus will come in with the SMG-11 and shut him down nice and quickly. That's one more round taken on the side of the defense, as Spectre Gaming are simply holding, simply waiting, and reaping the benefits of Theme Park as a defender-sided map. Now, however, they've taken 2 rounds back-to-back and will need to go on to a third side. That third side is, okay, interesting. It was second floor initiation for a second, but it's now first floor lab and storage. That is very, very interesting, ladies and gentlemen. And we are going to see kind of interesting defensive hold from them as well. You have the Frost coming in from Pazu. Kind of have to I like that I have to take a moment each and every round whenever I'm about to pronounce one of either Pazu or Oreo's names. Oreo is the barcode guy for those joining us in chat right now. But yeah, whenever any of us have to pronounce either of their names, we have to take a pause to like remember, all right, that is X person's name. Just goes to show, like, you can change your name to something, and as long as we know it's you, it's fine. But these kinds of names kind of just make it hard on the cast. Come on, guys, let's be real here. But a minor nitpicks aside, Noob, he wanted that drone. You can see him chasing it, but he couldn't get it. Unfortunate for the Mozzie. He's gonna have to hunt for drones somewhere else. And as round 9 is now underway, Spectre Gaming, once again, I'm very interested to see how they defend lab and storage.
10 seconds left.
I believe the reason why they picked first floor lab and storage is I believe it's been inspired by the final match that we'd get to witness from G2 versus BDS. Knowing that the map was on Theme Park, Pengu was in towards the lab, and we did get to witness him making a 1v3 play, all thanks to the Frost mat, making sure that the push from the first floor lab window would not happen. And looks like Spectre Gaming is trying to implement the same strat that G2 Esports have done in the previous major leagues. It is quite interesting and also inspiring both at the same time. The moment of truth is, will it work out in the hands of Throw Syndicate? If Spectre Gaming makes one single mistake, that single mistake is going to cost them that's going to cost them a loss and Throw Syndicate a huge round conversion win, making sure that they would stay on the top of the leaderboard. Going on Throw Syndicate, though, they still have 12 points. Even if they win this one, they'll be able to cement their standings more by getting 15 points. But Spectre Gaming is also trying to make sure that they would get into the top spot. They will at least try to equalize it against Throw Syndicate. But talking about this match itself, Spectre Gaming needs to make sure that they should not make any mistakes. If they do, just like I said, Throw Syndicate will have the upper hand. Talking about the attackers, though, will make their way in towards maintenance room. He knows that there is 2 players in towards throne room and armory, so they will decide pre-firing to try to deal some major damage here. And looks like Pazu will be tagged with some bit of a damage in the hands of the Maverick's weapon. Talking about it, a lot of pre-fires, but it's going to be Killsteal who's going to win that gunfight in towards the yellow stairs. But he needs to be careful about Noob, though, because he is holding that angle right in towards the locker room. Killsteal make one little move. Since he does not have any information, he would not get it, so he will decide to go for those drone works and be able to find out Noob. A very terrible timing there. As CG Chimkins takes out one, Killsteal gets the other. Puts it in a 4v3. That was unfortunate. Cheesy Chimkins was trying to make sure that he would not get out of that place. But looks like he got away at the nick of time. nick of the time, getting not only just the kill, but also falling back in towards the site itself for 46 seconds for Throw Syndicate to make their move. And looks like the pressure for Throw Syndicate is onto them.
Oh, huge pressure indeed as Adi and Buck Sarcastic are trying to push in towards bathroom while Heko goes in for that arcade push. But the issue is it going to work? The answer might just be a resounding no as the shots are going to be fired. And there we go. Buck Sarcastic goes down. It's a 4v2 now and a 4v1 as another body drops. That is Oreo taking the kill. And it's all down to Heko. He will be dropped as well as the Frost manages to get the kill before, of course, he himself could be finished off. Unfortunate for the side of for the side of Throw Syndicate, but it really seemed like they had absolutely no idea on how to approach the kind of setup that was being brought out from Spectre Gaming. Lab and Storage is one of those sites on Theme Park. Sure, it's not a site that you see people go on to often, but the reason they go on to that site to begin with is because it's a surprise pick. You don't expect it, and a lot of teams don't necessarily prepare for that site either. In terms of attack, sure, defense you can probably string something together, right? You have a Frost, you may bring in a Cap Can, maybe a Mute, maybe Bandit if you're feeling so inclined. But the point of the matter is, that site setup is not something that attacking teams are usually prepared for. It's a surprise pick that works, once, maybe twice in a given map, in a given match, but none more so than that. And that is something that we got to see in the last round from Thor Syndicate. They had no idea how to go through. They knew that they needed to take control of initiation because they had previously drawn it out and knew that there were a couple of bodies there. Unfortunately, timing, just terrible timing. You had the Mozzie in there, who, while trying to make his escape, just so happened to see Cheesy Chimkins putting down an air jab and took him out before Cheesy could really register what was going on. And it was a bit of a hilarious situation, in hindsight, but in that moment, that was arguably the worst thing that could have happened for Throw Syndicate. Not only did they not get the Mozzie, they lost one body and their kill steal. He was the one droning. He was the ace, right? Inside of locker room. He tried to come out and intercept the Mozzie before he could go back into sight and got found by the Frost instead. And that, ladies and gentlemen, is bad timing at its finest, mixed with a little bit of too much reactionary plays, if you will. Okay, Oreo's really having some fun right there. In the split door area as the Mute goes for a jammer placement. Just normal stuff from Venatus. Nothing too much.
I think it's doing what?
Oh, yeah, that could be the case. You can never have too much fitness training, if you will. But for the time being, of course, as round 10 goes underway into deeper and deeper into its action phase, we're back to Armory Throne. And looks like Oreo is still intent on doing those squats. Man, he is dedicated today. What is that, a full minute of them? Of no break squats? Yeah. Okay, looks like he stopped. There we go. Okay, he's tired now. At least not tired enough to not take gunfights. That is very clear. Vertical lines aside are being opened at the minute 40 mark. Throw Syndicate need this round if they want to win.
Well, it will start off by using those explosive ordnance to take out the defender's utilities. And looks like Barcode, which is Oreo, will try to contest against the Maverick, who is trying to open up the hatch into a specific spot, but Killster will be the one to find Buck Sarcastic right in towards the office while he was trying to make that vertical lines of sight. Oh boy, Throw Syndicate not looking too well there. It looks like the timing itself is not working too well, but the instant refrag will come in the hands of Heko, taking out Pazu, and so does Bennett House, taking out Cheesy Chimkins. Looks like it's basically a competition of who has the best man count. The grenade will come to try to take out the deployable shield, in which it will succeed. And now they have to go for the push. Adi will use his last Ash's reaching charge to take out the Militia's Banshee Deterrent, but he needs to be careful of that line of sight. Kilser and Melusi both holding at that same angle to eliminate Ash wherever and whenever necessary. We're talking about that push. The time of execute will be now, and looks like they are still figuring out a way here. The grenade will come in. That might be in the hands of Goyo, but it is misaligned, which would put them in a very wrong spot. And also a kill from Barcode, which is Oreo taking out Adi. Posted in a 4v2, Heko and Killsteel, the only two players left to make their play. The diffuser has been dropped. They have to make the vault play in which Killstar will be able to see him. Whereas Killsteel takes out Noob, puts in a 3v2, make that 3v1. As Killsteel will be the last player standing, will be able to get Oreo, but in the end, Venetau's SMG-11 will never miss, taking out Killsteel, and also will try to survive, winning round 10 first floor armory and throne room. With it, will be able to proceed to round 11, where Spectre Gaming still has a chance to put this match on overtime, and Throw Syndicate still has a chance to win it out. So it's just, I mean, there's nothing else to say this, but neither Throw Syndicate nor Spectre Gaming have any idea on how to attack on theme park.
I think at this point that might just be an understatement, Baba.
I mean, I do understand that, knowing that theme park is heavily defender favored, but I mean, the way how Spectre Gaming was pushing, it was just one particular place. We don't see any roamers as of such. Talking about gunfights and the drone works, it's been going along well for these two teams. It's just that sometimes whenever they try to push in, they always gets confused for no reason. The vertical lines of sight in which Throw Syndicate did unfortunately lost against the Goyo, who actually did contest the vertical lines of sight, eliminating him in the process. And then when the push happened in towards Yellow Stairs, they had no idea on how to eliminate the players in towards Armory, because both of the walls have been closed. Yes, I do understand Armory and Throne Room is a very difficult site to defend, to attack, because you have a lot of denials. You have Mute, you have Kaid. In fact, you even have the Bandit charges to deny the Heartbeat charge. So it's definitely not an easy task. But talking about the attack phase around here, Spectre Gaming still has 2 more chances. Will it happen, or will we see Throw Syndicate win this round? I mean, I've been saying this for a lot of time, knowing that what kind of result is going to happen. But I believe Spectre Gaming might be able to put this match in overtime.
Oh boy, that is certainly, quite the possibility in this current predicament that Throw Syndicate is facing. Spectre Gaming on the defense have certainly been fairly decent, but it's mostly been down to Throw Syndicate making a ton of mistakes, just like how Spectre Gaming were making a ton of mistakes when they were on the when they were on the attack. Yeah, it's just not too good for attackers on this map. I think that can be said with absolute certainty, regardless of whatever this match happens to sway people's decisions or opinions on this map. It's always been heavily defender-sided. Even in the previous iteration, it was just so hard to get in as an attacker. So many little corners you have to check. But that's not to say that, of course, the previous iteration was any better. It was arguably worse because of so many dark corners and other spots that you had to watch. So many areas that you just wouldn't have any visuals on. That has been sort of relieved for the most part when it comes to this rework. Even then, it still retains its very heavily defender-sided nature, as the utility burn, will come in towards initiation nice and quickly. But again, it's 1:20 on the clock. They haven't taken a single bot yet. If anything, Cheesy Chimkin taking damage is not going to be too good. Box Sarcastic finds one, gets refragged. Now the refragger gets refragged nice and quickly by Cheesy Chimkin. That was Pazu to take the kill, but of course he got taken down as well. Now they've got to just make sure that office is clear as they push in towards the bunk. And okay, interesting decision to use the Summer Breach right then and there for a bit of soft breach from the Ace. But Kill still knows that there's a rotate, so he doesn't need to use the Summers right then and there, but he will still decide to just open up a new line of sight and a full entry, a vaultable entry into the bunk site as well. He's pre-firing, trying to make sure that nobody gets any bright ideas to peek them from there, as this is the closest I think Throw Syndicate has come so far to a push into sight that doesn't result in them getting taken down, but a trade from Killsteel and Venetus will see it become a 2v3. And Throw Syndicate will also find the barcode, and he's going to go down as well. That was Oreo, of course, the Malusi, which leaves Killster, the last man standing, trying to find these final bodies as the plant might just come off now. Cheesy Chimkin, of course, is the man with the diffuser. He's going in towards site, and that's being covered. Adi, of course, has to rotate out onto the balcony, covered nice and quickly. He's going in for the kill. Will the Mute see him? Yes, he will, but the kill will still be taken as Throw Syndicate will finally win the one round on attack that they have been trying to win for so long, ladies and gentlemen. They have been on match point for 4 straight rounds, and now on the 5th one they will finish it off and win the match as well, continuing to stay on top of the division. Your winners on Theme Park, 7-4 for the South Pro Syndicate, with a 16 kill match for Killseal. Good stuff all around, if you will, and a good fight back from Spectre Gaming, using Theme Park's defender-sided nature to, to some advantage, if you will. Again, it was mostly down to attackers making so many mistakes right there. And we will be talking about not just Throw Syndicate's mistakes, but also, the mistakes made by Spectre Gaming when it comes to their decision making and, of course, their droning, intel gathering, and whatnot in a little after-match talk moment show thing that we do called Relive the Moment, ladies and gentlemen, which is actually going live on your screens right now. And I believe in this situation, none more than Baba Gusta is suited to take us through this little phase. So, Baba, an interesting match at the end of the day, wouldn't you say? Even though, the first half was pretty much all Throw Syndicate.
Yeah, I mean, to be honest, I actually see oranges all around in the first half, winning 6 rounds of defense back to back, non-stop. And fun fact, I actually had oranges right now. I was actually eating orange, so who knows? Maybe some reference might come in. But yeah, talking about the match itself here, first half, the entire the defense rounds from Throw Syndicate was really great. We did get to see some great plays. Also, the same can't be said to Spectre Gaming though, because it was just a singular push. If the site was on second floor bunk and daycare, we will see them pushing in towards cafe. If you see them, if the site is on initiation and office, we would see them pushing in towards cash. And then in the third round, if it is armory and throne room, they would decide to try to open up yellow stairs by getting control in towards the office. It's pretty much simple, except the 2 sites. We only got to see Spectre Gaming pushing on one specific direction. Although we did get to see some, we only get to see some of the attackers to try to eliminate the roamers, but unfortunately they could not. And one of them should be Adi, the man who was making a good amount of roam plays and also some roam presence to make sure that Spectre Gaming would lose not only just time but also man count both at the same time, in which they did succeed, dealing some major damage to them in the first half. We didn't get to see them going for a post plant. We didn't get to see them, trying to go for trades, just like Jack talked about in the match itself. We only see them getting kills, and then it was in a very tough spot there, always in a 1v2 1v3 situations. And then in the second half, we did get to see Spectre Gaming starting to fight back, winning out in defense, bringing in the G2 play, bringing in the G2 strategy on round 9, first for lab and storage. It worked miraculously for them, and I believe they will be happy with that result, knowing that they did practice it well. They understood what are the strengths and weaknesses of that strategy. Hopefully they'll be able to use it for many more days to come. But talking about the map Theme Park, I believe Spectre Gaming and Throw Syndicate needs to work out a lot on the attack pushes itself, because just like I said, it was just one particular push. Although Throw Syndicate, we did get to see them a bit scattered around. We did get to see one of the attackers rappelling in. We did get to see some claymores placed in, and also a bit of pushes where they tried to start to get those early kills. But unfortunately, Spectre Gaming, especially I believe that was the Melusi, who started making those plays, eliminating 2 or 3 players in towards the cafe to try to make sure that they would put themselves in overtime. But unfortunately, they could not, and whether it would be 7-4. Looks like Throw Syndicate will cement their lead, still being in the top position, the first position itself, which would put them 15 points, having a lot of round conversion rate as well, since it is 7-4, which would mean 3 points. which would put themselves in a round conversion of 19 and 15 points, whereas Spectre Gaming will still be in the second spot. But there is high likely a chance where in the next two matches that we're going to cast, which would be Exolic Esports, Ground 9 Esports, and then the last match would be Clickbait and D3 Space, still has a chance to get the second position spot. But for now, we're just going to take a short break as we are going to resume the match of Exolic Esports versus Ground 9 Esports. The map will be on Villa. And but for now, we're just going to take a short break and we'll see you guys in this break.
We head for the sky, it's alright. Our wings wouldn't fly, it's alright. If we are crashing down again, pieces of love, it's alright. Scattered in mud, it's alright. You're giving me a lie again. And tell me what you want, this time I won't take it to the heart. Cause I know we won't make it out, I've heard it all before. Yeah, tell me what you want, let me hear that I'm the only one. You know that we won't make it out, we've heard it all before. let's move on. It's alright, so 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 let's move on. We head for the sky, it's alright. Our wings wouldn't fly, it's alright. If we are crashing down again, pieces of love, it's alright. Scattered in mud, it's alright. You're giving me a lie again. And tell me what you want, this time I won't take it to the heart. Cause I know we won't make it out, I've heard it all before. Yeah, tell me what you want, let me hear that I'm the only one. You know that we won't make it out, we've heard it all before. It's alright. Hey, it's alright. Hey, it's alright. It's alright. It's alright, so let's move on. 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 Alright, so let's move on. We head for the sky, it's alright. Our wings wouldn't fly, it's alright. If we are crashing down again, pieces of love, it's alright. Scattered in mud, it's alright. You're giving me a lie again. And tell me what you want. This time I won't take it to the heart, 'cause I know we won't make it out. I've heard it all before. Yeah, tell me what you want. Let me hear that I'm the only one. You know that we won't make it out. We've heard it all before. It's alright. It's alright. It's alright. It's alright. It's alright, so let's move on. 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 We head for the sky, it's alright. Our wings wouldn't fly, it's alright. If we are crashing down again, pieces of love, it's alright. Scattered in mud, it's alright. You're giving me a lie again. And tell me what you want. This time I won't take it to the heart, 'cause I know we won't make it out. I've heard it all before. Yeah, tell me what you want. Let me hear that I'm the only one. You know that we won't make it out. We've heard it all before. It's alright. Hey. It's alright. Hey. It's alright. It's alright. It's alright, so let's move on. 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 Alright, so let's move on.
Alrighty then, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the WD BLACK Esports Club Pro League 4 Rainbow Six Siege, supported by Ubisoft and our broadcast partner, Booyah. I'm your host, Blackjack. Joining me is my co-host, Baba Gusta, and of course, I'm Eisen, as we are here for the second game of Day 5 of Division 3 in this final season of the Pro League. All in all, basically, the long and short of that entire sentence is that it's match 2 of the 5th day. Div 3 is that much closer to finishing off its Season 5 run. And this second match is going to be a very interesting one as well. Ground 9 Esports versus Exolic Esports going live on your screens. Let us join the players right now, in fact, in the middle of the ban phase. As Ground 9 are on the attack, Exolic are on the defense, and we are, of course, on the ban phase of the map, with Exolic having the first ban on tonight's match is going to be, oh, hello there. That's not a ban you see. Usually a Zofia ban comes out from the side of Exolic Esports, and a ban that I believe is actually very smart and not used as often. Some might think it would have been otherwise. Zofia just has so much versatility in the kind of utility she brings. She has concussive grenades, impact grenades, claymores or breach charges, depends on your persuasion, and a very powerful M762 primary, right? Even her secondary has a little custom red dot sight, the RG15. But the most important thing about Zofia is that she can burn utility, she can destroy utility, she can flush out defenders by sending concussive nades or even impact nades their way, really. Depends on the kind of Zofia player you're going up against. And she can even get a surprise kill from out of nowhere, open up vertical angles, open up soft walls, do just so much. And that's why the Zofia ban from Exolic Esports is one that I am very interested to see how it affects Ground 9 and Exolic when they themselves go on the attack. Of course, in the meanwhile, 3 other bans have come out, but they are, more standard than most, if you will. Blackbeard, Mira, and Melusi, considering the current... they're considering the current state of the meta of Rainbow Six. It kind of makes sense that these are the bans for the night. And with that, the first round will be underway on second floor Aviator and Games Room. From the side of Exolic Esports, whom are sporting in their roster today Azraid, Farfetch, Darklord, Vendetta, and Stark. And from the side of Ground 9 Esports, we've got Neuron, Shreds, a Bid, Fake Stark, and for Dinjaz. All right, we've got a Stark and a Fake Stark. This should be very interesting to see them go up against each other, as round 1 will be underway as 6-pick is taken by Shreds out of the Amaru, and a Goyo into Goyo 6-pick from Stark. The Jackal's brought in. Round 1 is underway, and I've kept the man for the mic long enough. Baba Gusta, take it away.
Well, thank you so much for that, Jack. Match 2 will begin with Ground 9 Esports on attack, whereas Exolic Esports on defense. Talking about these two teams, currently Exolic Esports will be in 6th position. So does Ground 9 Esports in 7th position, having 3 points, winning 1 match. Talking about Exolic Esports, they have won 2 matches. If they do win 1, they will make sure to try to, keep up their pace, trying to make sure that they would be able to put themselves in the top of the position. Speaking of which, the map will be on Villa, the map which is popularly known for its impact tricks and also some huge Easter eggs. The way all of our viewers do know the ancestors of Assassin's Creed, Altair, Ezio Auditore da Firenze, Connor Kenway, Hatham Kenway, Shay Cormac, also the Fry twins, Jacob Fry, Evie Fry, and also Bayakov Siva, Cassandra, Alexios, and then in the end, Ivor. So yeah, talking about this map itself, Villa, it's popularly known, but for now, talking about the round itself, we will talking about the site. Second floor AVG will be the site. We're just waiting for the players to we're just currently waiting for the players to load in at the specific time. So hopefully we'll be able to load back. There you go. Matches come in, and with it, prep phase will come in as well. Talking about the defenders picks, we will see the Maestro and also some of the trap operators being brought up. Is going to be Stark bringing in the Goyo, and also Fake Stark from Ground 9 bringing in the Ying. So expect the Candelas being brought up, which we might be able to see some aggressive plays coming in from them, maybe especially in the execute phase. But for now, talking about the attackers picks here, we have Shreds with the Jackal, you have Fardeen Jazz with the Ash, and also Neuron bringing in the Thatcher, especially knowing in the ban phase itself. we do see them banning the Zofia as well as the Blackbeard. So with that, action phase will proceed with the attackers spawning in from their respective positionings, which would be in towards the fountain. All three attackers who will slowly make their way to try to get the control in towards the master bedroom. Open up the walls, maybe try to get the control even in towards trophy, and then slowly make their way in towards the site. Although they will be met with heavy resistance, should be two players. For the Injads will be the one to start off the assault by pushing in from master bedroom, holding an angle. The drone will be able to spot out where exactly Stark's location is, and also the information will be relayed, with which for the Injads will try to contest two of the players in towards trophy room already. The gunfight is near way, and also the kill from Vendetta taking out for the Jazz. This will halt their aggression a bit, and also Vendetta figuring out a way to get one more. He will get it, but instead it is going to be a refrag where Neuron and Shreds push together to get 2 kills and also get that final control. Although, talking about Ground 9's man count itself, Fake Stark and Fardeen Jazz will go down as well, which would put themselves in a 3v3 positioning. Talking about the Ace, he is still alive. He could use the breach charge, the Ace Selma breach charges to open up. That is such a great timing to use the EMP, which would still make sure that the Maestro's Evil Eye will work out. But as a rate, pushing very aggressively, he will get one. Can he get the second? No, it does not. Shreds to be able to win that gunfight, puts it in a 2v2. And with it, the push will commence with the Ace successfully opening up the walls in towards Vault. Now, this would provide a lot of confusion for the defenders, knowing that they are compromised in multiple locations, but they have informations via cams. They have Maestro cams and also the default cams, which will give away the location. And Fire Fist, with the power of Alda, will get one. Still decides to pre-fire in towards landing because he knows where exactly Shred's location is. Looks like he's trying to figure out a way here. Again, push in towards the wall, which would force Omai to reload his MP5K. And looks like he'll be able to win one. Shreds triple kill. And now it is a 1v1 gunfight. The Alda, was it the C7? Who's going to win it out? Talking about the attacker's time, though, he only has 40 seconds left. And talking about the drone, which has been destroyed, he knows the information. Going to use the smoke grenade to try to go in for the plant. He has the diffuser. He could go in for the plant right in towards the game's room, but he'll be able to give away his location just by sprinting in, and that was the major mistake there made on the hands of Firefist. Ground 9 will be able to win their first round, winning second floor AVG. So we take a look at it in the instant replay. Round 2 will proceed, and with it, Ground 9 will be the one to get their first lead.
Well, that's one way to get the final kill onto the Maestro, I suppose. The Shreds bringing that round out for his teammates in much needed fashion right there as it goes. And just overall doing some good work for the side of the attack. Shreds with the 4K and the 1v2, 1v3, I believe it was right towards the end. His teammate did go down in a little bit of an unfortunate situation, and that, of course, did not help them. Excuse me, that, of course, did not help them do a whole lot of work to. Yeah, you know, his teammates going down just didn't really do a whole lot for him as it goes. Regardless, round. Excuse me, the round 2 will be underway. Aviator Games Room will be the site of choice once again. And Exotic Esports will try to hold against the Ground 9 attack. They did almost successfully, mind you. Although I have to ask what the Ace was doing a bit. He went into Vault, went through all the way towards Games Room, and somehow missed the hulking form of the Maestro on the other side, pre-firing away to glory with the Alda. I'm not sure how you miss something like that. Maestro is a pretty large man, and he has a pretty large backpack on his back, obviously. But I guess Fire Fist just has some sort of hidden camouflage skill that we don't know about, of course. Yeah, I'm just joking, ladies and gentlemen, if that wasn't already inherently obvious. Round 2, going into action phase nice and quick as we have a little off-site setup going on from Exotic Esports. They know what they need to do. You know, horizontal pressure is definitely very vital when it comes to holding on Aviator and even holding Trophy Saturity. Just in general, the second floor area is pretty vital for holding all 3 of the most played sites on this map. Out of the 4, obviously, you know, nobody really likes to go living room and lounge. That is a fact that has been established time and time again. And I don't think it'll be any exception today. Although we did see lab storage on Theme Park earlier from excuse me, right there, from the side of, I believe it was Spectre Gaming actually, against Throw Syndicate. They were down quite a ways, but they managed to take around multiple rounds on the side of the defense. Theme Park is just that defender-sided. Villa, not as defender-sided as, say, Theme Park is, but of course, you know, attackers can still take rounds, and looks like Ferdinand Jazz wants to, as he's found one. That is Vendetta taken care of, but of course, you have Neuron getting taken down as a retaliation from Stark. Finding the Thatcher, that's a huge drop, mind you. Those EMPs will no longer be in play, and that means utility clearance is going to be that much harder. As they tried to jump down the main stairs, was not allowed to for whatever reason, but Star gets his double in the meanwhile. Ferdinand Jazz goes down, and now it's a 3v3, minute 40 on the clock. Plenty of early action happening from both sides, as a couple of very important kills have been taken from both teams as well. The Jackal will come in. He can even go for a scan, as Stark is waiting for some info to come in from his, excuse me, they're from the cam right there, and he will actually get another one. That's a triple for the man. He's on for the ace, the rate he's going, and it looks like he might be able to pull something off. Fake Star's about to come in. He's the next one on the chopping block, but no, shots are missed. That, of course, will be just a little bit of damage done to to Stark, excuse me. But will he still see the Yang? Yes, he does. Beautiful shot right there for the quad. Can he find the ace right now? There's only one man remaining, and ironically, that is the ace. A bid on that Fox Antidote, and there we go. He will peek, get taken down. Stark takes the ace. As we will see in the instant replay, round 2 goes to the side of Exotic Esports, and Stark really just took advantage of everybody. Quite literally, everybody from the side of Ground 9 Esports pushing 90 hallway. And that's it. He got that first kill somewhere else, obviously. We didn't see that on cam. But everything out of that, everything after that point, 90 hallway. Push 90 hallway, get taken down. Push 90 hallway, get taken down. It was on repeat for 4 kills back to back. And that saw that man take the ace nice and quickly, as we are headed to first floor dining room and kitchen. Excuse me, right there. And this time the Gory will be manned by Firefist. Interesting decision to take the 6-pick there, but oh, wow. All right. Shreds. Yeah, he's got some loading problems. You know, it is inherently obvious, if you will. Looks like we are, I don't know if we're going to, okay, looks like we don't need a, all right. Little moment of confusion right there. As I was about to point out, Shreds, he was taking so much time to load. We were kind of afraid that he would disconnect before the round itself began. But he has been given an operator. It's Blitz, and he didn't have enough time to 6-pick out. Man, somebody really needs to get his drives looked at. I mean, it's not even a joke at this point. Shreds, as a concerned person on this cast right now, I really hope that post this match, he looks at something that's probably causing his drive to slow down, which is causing him to load this much. But other than that, you know, as soon as we load into the game, round 3 will be underway. Ladies and gentlemen, Exotic Esports doing good for that second round as round 3 comes into play.
Well, with that beautiful ace I did get to witness from Stark, it was more of like, you know, putting a song on repeat over and over again. You know, the push from 90, we get to witness it like time and time again. It was like 3 times, but for now, it will load out. We'll see with the progression in round 3 being the side first floor dining / kitchen. Any moment now. All right, there we go. Prep phase will come in, and talking about the defensive plays, we will see Exotic Esports winning, winning their round without having any problems dealing with Ground 9's attack. Although the site on first floor dining and kitchen will be a difficult site for the defenders to be holding. Because talking about the attackers, you know, you have Shreds with the Blitz, who knows, by the power of sprint and also panic from the defensive side, will be a bit difficult for Exotic Esports to, you know, handle that aggression. Who knows, maybe they might have figured out a solution, but we're about to find out in the action phase itself. Talking about the attackers, they will spawn in towards the fountain. They will slowly make their way in towards the bathroom to make sure that they would make that vertical lines of sight. Pretty standard. There wouldn't be any problems at all. Neuron be able to go in for that rappel in towards the astronomy window to make sure that he'll be able to catch at least one of the defenders who gets caught rotating in towards the astronomy stairs itself. Now, a bit of late adjustments being made from Exotic Esports, especially the shotgun giving them a bit of line of sight, and Dark Lord really needs to be careful from that angle because the Ash is still repelled in holding that specific angle. One single movement in towards that first floor kitchen will cost him the life, and also that man count is not going to go. It's not going to bode well from him either. The summer breach charge will come in towards the pantry's wall to open up lines of sight. But although the main problem that they need to deal with is the players, especially the defenders who still has control in towards the trophy. Looks like unfortunately Fake Stark has gone down, but he will recover it nonetheless. Blitz will take out the barbed wire, which will decide to push in. He doesn't have the information, but now he will. The C4 will come in, which blow up his own Vulcan shield. And that will force the mute to fall back, maybe hunker down in from the walls in towards dining. Now we still have Azerate still holding in towards pantry. A beautiful headshot taking out for the Injak. Puts in a 4v5. The smoke will come in to block their lines of sight, and so does the smoke gas canisters to make sure that the push would not happen. Another C4. Will it connect? No, it does not. Azerate still wants to contest against the Blitz, in which it is dealing good amount of distractions. 3 defenders looking at Blitz. This is exactly the moment that they need. Dark Lord gets one. The instant refrag will come in on the hands of the Thatcher as he gets blinded out by the Ying. Azerate, you need to get that shot, in which he will. Puts it in a 1v4. And with it, Neuron will be the last man standing. Gets one, needs to find 3 more in towards Laundry. Fire Fist, he will be able to see it, misses the opportunity, and so does Stark, but not on the hands of Azerate. Exotic Esports will be able to win round 3, first floor dining and kitchen. As we take a look at it in the instant replay, we will proceed to the next round. Round 4 will commence. And talking about Exotic Esports, they will be the one in the lead. 2 defensive round wins. Talking about that attack push itself, it is it's not working out well in favor of Ground and Esports, as I'd like to call it. But who knows, maybe in round 4, with the side being on trophy and statuary room, maybe they have something to answer for.
That they just might. Something to answer for is definitely something that something that they require, if you will. As the Wamai will be 6-picked in from Dark Lord. Interesting decision right there to take out the Kaid. Looks like they know that electrical interference won't be necessary, given that the Thatcher is being run fairly regularly. But on the other side, Shred's taking the 6-pick out of the Hibana into the Ash. That is definitely, again, another interesting decision, because if Ace gets taken out, you have no remaining Hard Breacher. And then, Neuron isn't exactly going to be able to do much for the breach. Neither is anybody else on this team. Soft breach, sure, but hard breach, which is essential, right there, for ease of accessibility for the attackers, especially when it comes to holding from bedroom, which is directly next to the statuary site. That is what is required right there, and that of course might just be contested. I'm fairly certain I mean, obviously Exotic Esports does not know about the 6-pick being taken. They will have an idea that somebody in that lineup is going to take the 6-pick, but as soon as they figure out that there's only one hard breacher, they will be defending that wall very, very hard, and arguably very aggressively as well, because they just need that one kill. And from there, everything just sort of starts to fall into place, because without those lines of sight, without those entryways made, Ground 9 will be in big trouble. Villa as a map lends itself to defenders primarily because there's so many areas that they can hide behind, so many bits of cover areas and corners, if you will. And some of those, of course, are soft walls and reinforced walls that need to be breached. The reinforced part is where the hard breachers come in, and well, if a bit gets taken down, that's not going to be too good for them in this situation. Neuron will actually be the first one to make his presence known on towards that side of the bedroom balcony. As Fake Stark, I think he wanted to go in from down below, thinking that there will be one of the big barrel-shaped entrances into Wine Cellar. But unfortunately, seems like he won't be getting that for the time being. You have Shreds with some interesting drone movement. I don't think we've seen that before come out from anybody, if you will. But regardless, the drones are coming in. Horizontal pressure will be applied as the roam play needs to come in as well. Vendetta holding the long angle, sees one, doesn't have the shot, but he wanted to take it regardless. And there we go, a nice shot onto Study. We'll see him find for Dinjaz And I believe that could have been a preemptive shot as well, which then got him the kill. I know that that definitely didn't exactly seem all that I'm making it out to be, if you will. But, you know, at the end of the day, it was still a good shot. Regardless, Jaeger holding inside of Games Room, just doing what he does, you know, roaming around, causing some mischief, some havoc for the side of the attack. Meanwhile, the breach is about to come in because you hear the EMP go off, but you have so many Legion goo mines to deal with. One of the summer breaches will also come out nice and quickly as Ability will take a bit of damage from one of Maestro's Evil Eyes. He's got to be so careful whilst dealing with that one, of course. Fire Fist. Oh dear me, that EMP must have gone just a little bit too far, as he will do some more damage onto the Ace and still save his Evil Eye for somehow the ADS will catch another Selma. So Hard Breach has been taken care of, but of course a grenade was used up to take care of that Evil Eye. And at the 50-second mark, I'm not sure if Ground 9 knows entirely what they're up to.
Very difficult situation that has put Ground 9 in this part. Knowing that they have less amount of time, they will, however, succeed opening up the wall into a statuary room. They still need to worry about utilities. Those smoke gas canisters will come in to block their pushes, and also the Maestro giving them wonderful information. The smoke using its advantages, as Neuron dealt with some major damage, as Fire Fist with Yalta takes out one, as Red gets the other taking out the default plant, and also the another player taking out Shreds. Whereas Exolic Esports won't have any problem dealing with trophy and statuary push on the hands of Ground 9 Esports, because they'll be able to win it in round 4. 3-1 in favor of Exolic Esports, and with it, we'll be able to proceed to the next round, round 5. Second floor AVG will be the site. And talking about the push itself, I believe Ground 9 was taking quite a lot of time to try to take out the Maestro cams, in which they had no idea where it was placed. That's basically how Ground 9 Esports were mainly focused on finding the operators rather than finding out what kind of utility has been placed nearby in towards the building. They just need to make sure that they would find those tough spots, because that's where Maestro has been placing it in a very secluded spot where the attackers don't have any idea at all. Although they did bring out the IQ in the previous round, which was in round 3. Although we didn't get to see them doing it in round 4, maybe we might be able to see them. Actually, we won't be able to see them bringing in the IQ in the 5th round as well. Looks like we just have to wait another time for Shreds to complete his loading. This would be a good time to actually, talk about the way how Ground and Esports have been pushing. I mean, talking about the first round itself, we did get to see Fardeen Jazz's sheer aggression, making sure that he would get not only just early kills, but also an ease of access for the attackers to slowly gain control of the site. Although it did not happen for the rest of those 3 rounds, where Exolic Esports, we did get to witness Stark making a wonderful ace, Shreds with a 1v3 clutch. That was in the first round itself. And now, talking about Exolic Esports, if they win 2 more rounds here on round 5, second for ABG, and also I believe even if they do win this site, which on round 6 it might be on trophy and statuary, actually it might be on first floor kitchen and dining and kitchen. It shouldn't be difficult for Exolic Esports to win, although it will be difficult for Ground 9, knowing that they've only won 1 attack rounds and they haven't won the other sites. The only side that they win on attack, which was on second floor ABG. So looks like there might be a chance here for Ground 9 to make this a comeback. Will it happen? Will it not? We're about to find out in the action phase itself. We will see Dark Lord right outside in the court window. He's just prepping for an aggressive peek, in which exactly he's going to do as of now. Master bedroom window peek to make sure he'll be able to at least eliminate one of those guys who are making their way in towards the veranda. Looks like the EMPs will come in to disable some of the utilities. And looks like they'll be able to disable the mutes jammers. They could use the Ace Selma Breach Charge to open up that line of sight, or maybe bring in the Hibana's Excaro spellers to make that angle. Smoke Grenade will come in to make sure that his suspicions came true, and that would work out. But not gonna work out in the hands of the Wamai, where he takes out Abed Rahman. For the Ninjas, will be able to take out Stark, which would give them an access, and so does Dark Lord in the hands of Shred. Puts it in a 4v2. Exotic Esports are currently the ones in trouble because they're about to go down in like a house of cards. Azrael will to try to make some amends, taking out one more. That's going to be for the Ninjas taken care of. And he is in a very good spot here. Study room, one little peek in the hands of the attackers, but is no longer. They have the information. The C4 will come into their hands. Will it correct? No, it does not. But the hip fire from the SMG-11 will work out, but he still have the cover from the Hibana to make sure that it did not happen. It all goes down to Firefist in a 1v3. Gets one, but gets two as well. Should put it in a 1v1 yet again. Last time we remember that it did not happen, but this time Firefest will make sure that he'll be able to win this round out. Exotic Esports will be able to win round 5, second floor AVG in a very quick fashion, and with it, we'll be able to go for a pause. Looks like the player on the side of Exotic Esports has unfortunately been disconnected. So we just have to wait for him to come back. So we just need to wait for a minute or two for the teams to come back to the match, and then we'll be able to see what's going to happen here. But talking about the first half itself, 4 defending wins on the side of Exotic Esports. They don't have any problems dealing with Ground 9's line of attack. I mean, even with that 4v5 disadvantage, you did get to see how extraordinary Azerit was playing with the SMG-11 plays, and also the Alda. Although we did get to see, the Maestro getting caught in a 1v3 position, in a 1v3, I mean, it was a bit, opposite, where Shreds had to deal with the Maestro Alda. A bit of a mistake that he made while he instead holding to try to take out, instead of anchoring the place, he decides to go for a very aggressive click in towards the vault opened breach, where in fact he shouldn't have done that, because he's a 3 armor operator. A 3 armor operator will give away so much noise than a 3 speed operator. So it would have been better for him to just hold his ground and make sure that the Alda would give away good amount of damage. But unfortunately, the panic was what did get him. But in the end, he did avenge it, winning second for AVG without, without having a hitch at all. But although the biggest question that I ask for Jack is, since we are proceeding to round 6, the final first half, will we see a 4-2, or will it be a 5-1?
I feel like a 4-2 is certainly possible. It's not as if the side of the attack has been playing, absolutely terribly. Ground 9 hasn't exactly had the worst game in the world, but at the same time, it's not the best either. 4-2 is possible, but I feel like the way EXL is going, especially after that clutch from Firefist, I have my doubts about it being a 4-2 at the same time. It's kind of hit or miss, if you will. And I feel like Exotic Esports, should they get their final player back or ask for a sub in, regardless of whatever the situation is, it will be a very good first half. It will have been a very good first half for them regardless. It's already 4-1, right? They have taken a huge advantage. Excuse me right there. They have taken a huge advantage, and that is what they want. That is what they needed in this situation, and that is what we will see from them going forward. A 4-2 is always nice to have, and a 5-1 is just all the better for it. I mean, if you ask me, right? Who wouldn't want a 5-1 lead going into attack on a map like Villa? Like I said, it's not as defender-sided as Theme Park. Attackers can take rounds with fair frequency on this map. Some days we've even seen Villa become attacker-sided entirely due to defenders making mistakes or the attackers completely outplaying defenders on all fronts, right? Sure, it takes a lot of effort, some monumental effort, if you will. But the whole point of the matter is that, excuse me for that pause right there. The whole point of the matter is, if it's 5-1, then the side of Exotic Esports stand a good chance to win this. And looking at their team standings right now, Exotic being on 6th position, they want this win. They need this win, right? They don't want to be in the bottom 3 of the table going into the very finale of this entire Pro League, right? They've been trying in qualifiers on and off every now and again over the seasons and whatnot. They finally made it to Div 3. at season 5, sure, it may be a little late to do anything more than be a good team in Div 3, but if even then, it's just good to be in a fairly decent position to end off a league. It's a good impression for the team in general. And I have to say, excuse me out there, and I have to say, Exolic, sure, they may not have had the best season so far. There's still 2 days to go. Their match is tomorrow. Excuse me out there. Their match is tomorrow, and a whole bunch of other stuff that they can do to improve their position in the table. And they've played on average one less game. Excuse me out there. One less game than every other team in the division. They've played 4 games so far. This is their 5th, while most other teams have played 5. So that means they've got 2 more matches after tonight left. So they've got a good chance of making it to the top even. Maybe the top 4. I don't necessarily see them getting first place. They would have to, improve almost too drastically, if you will, to get first place. But they have got a good chance of climbing quite quickly, if you will. Ground 9, on the other hand, only 3 points. They've won 1 game so far, and tonight has not been impressive for them in a very similar vein. It just hasn't been. Like, I cannot give them too much credit tonight. They've not looked good, and they continue to not look good. So I don't know where they will be going forward from here, but I do hope at least to end off the season, they will be in a good shape as a team, will have improved and learned. And that is, of course, the best we can hope for teams that don't exactly look too good to start off. I mean, not every team can, obviously, right? Not every team can be the very best version of themselves right from day one. But after all, competitive is a learning curve, and we do hope that Ground 9 gets better with time. But regardless, ladies and gentlemen, both teams have agreed to a rehost, and we're going to have to get go into a little bit of a break, if you will, because Exolic Esports are bringing in a substitute player. Okay. Well, that was a little weird. Our admin started panicking for absolutely no reason. But yeah, Exolic Esports, they've had to bring in a bit of a sub, if you will. Now we're just waiting on Ground 9 to come in, and we'll be back once all the team members are in. So yeah, but just stay tuned. We'll be right back after this break. Alright then, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the game between Ground 9 Esports and Exolic Esports. Going live on your screens once again. We've got both of the players, both the team's players back in the lobby. It will be resuming from round 6 with Exolic having a 4-1 lead. We had to go for a bit of a break because Exolic Esports had asked for a sub. And of course, both teams agreeing the match going forward after the rehost has been taken. Of course, EXL have lost their rehost and will be going live with the match once again with these teams in play for the 6th round here at this match. The second match between Ground 9 and Exolic Esports back live on your screens finally on a first floor dining and a kitchen in this 6th round, if you will. We do apologize for the long wait once again, but you know, it is what it is. Had to go for the full break rehost because we didn't really know how long it would take for both teams to get in. So just as a bit of a preemptive measure and to save both of our vocal cords, if you will, we had to sort of quickly break, come back, and here we are once again back on the very highly anticipated Shreds loading screen, ladies and gentlemen. That is I'm sorry. All right, Shreds, if you're watching this from the future, I apologize for that one, but you know, it is what it is. You got to do what you got to do every now and again. As soon as, of course, he loads in, we will actually go live with the action and the preparation from both EXL and Ground 9's side. And as we were discussing before the break began, Ground 9 really just haven't had a good season. They haven't been impressive at all either. But then again, you know, not all teams can be amazing from the very first day. You know, LYC, like Valiance and teams like Valiance and Mischief Gaming, they're sort of like the outliers, the ones that were always good, but just had a string of bad luck. And as soon as they get in, they start really skyrocketing for the top, right? And that's why those teams are just as amazing as they are in general. And looks like, there we go. All right, looks like the loading has been taken care of. But seriously, Shreds, if you are watching this from the future, please check your drive. I am very certain that it's not supposed to take this long to load in. And I say that not to make fun of anything, just as a bit of concern, if you will, if anything else. Regardless, round 6 underway. And, you know, Baba, before, you know, we went into the break, you asked me the question of whether or not it's going to be a 4-2 or a 5-1. And I sort of left the answer not really either way. It was a non-committal answer where I see it being 4-2, but it could be 5-1 as well. So I want you to tell me, what do you think? Is it going to be 4-2? Is it going to be 5-1? Or is it going to be the result of this time?
The numbers.
They mean something.
5 seconds left before
It's my weakness, Jack. The numbers.
I mean, it's both of ours, you know, but yeah.
Yeah. I mean, who knows? Maybe it can go 5-1. Although there is a chance where Ground 9 might be able to put this round back to 4-2, knowing that the site is on dining and kitchen. Although dining and kitchen in round 3 did in favor of Exolic Esports, where Ground 9 made some a bit of a problem. So it did get to see Shreds bringing in the Blitz, which was an accidental pick. Didn't even chance to go for a 6 pick to bring in the Jackal instead. So this time, I believe Ground 9 is prepped and ready. The Thatcher's EMP followed up with the Ace's Selma Breach charge will make an entry and actually an access in towards the pantry, and looks like the first kill will come into the hands of Shreds, taking out Dark Lord. Oh boy, that was an impressive flick there, right in towards the ward and immediately in towards 90's hallway. But getting that first kill means a bit of a progress there from Ground 9. Shreds will be able to see another one and take out Stark. A second kill, but unfortunately it will be shut down in the hands of Firefist, taking out Shreds. But it is a damage, quite a lot of damage being dealt here. The C4 will come in, will work out to no effect, which would put the Ace rotating in towards the pantry's stairs itself, try to gain access right in towards the dining entrance to give or make some distractions along the way. Talking about time, Ground 9 has a lot in which Shreds made some major damage, taking out both Dark Lord and Stark, but still, the Valkyrie cams are still alive, and so does 2 C4s and a total of 3 smoke gas canisters in the hands of Exolic Esports. They have all the denial that they need. They just need to time it well. They have information in which Firefist misses the opportunity as Abe takes out ET. Oh boy, not looking too good there. They were a bit late. But Azerate will be the last man standing. Taking out Fake Star, puts in a 1v3. The smoke gas canisters will come in. Uses it like a smoke of deceit. But looks like Azerate, actually for the Jazz, is going to leave. Puts it in a 1v2 situation here. This is doable. And Azerate, all he needs to do is find two players in which the Claymore sound will come in. The push has to come in as well. He gets a double kill and the Claymore will send him flying. And whether Ground 9 Esports will be able to win round 6 first floor dining and kitchen, all thanks to the Thatcher's Claymore. And with it, we've got our answers, ladies and gentlemen. A 4-2. Still in favor of Exolic Esports, but talking about round 7 though, this is where the magic happens. And when I say magic, it is not about the technical pause, it's about the role swaps, where we do get to see Ground 9 Esports on defense this time on map Villa. So maybe we might be able to see a 4-4 equalizer, and then we might be able to see both of these teams trying to challenge them out themselves to figure out who will be the first to be on match point, or maybe Exotic Esports making sure that they would get to the top as best as possible. But it is 2-4. We did get to see some great pushes coming in from attack, especially Shreds making some incredible plays there too. Right into verse 90, all he did was just push aggressively, finds two players and eliminates both of them. Although he was about to get the third one, but unfortunately lost that against the Goyo, in which he was very low on HP, though I believe he was at least around 10 HP. He didn't had much to win those gunfights around. But still, having that two kills as an early advantage for Ground 9 Esports is exactly what they need to get back in the game. This is exactly what they did. Although on defense, it's a huge question mark to determine what is going to happen. Although Exotic Esports do have the upper hand, this time they will be the one on defense. And talking about their operator picks itself, we only see one hard breacher. I mean, talking about the operator specs that we see right now in our screens, although this is on caster's cam, we just check. I mean, according to the game feed itself, we only see one hard breacher. We might be able to see a six pick bringing in the Thatcher as of now, but yeah, like bringing in only one hard breacher will be a very difficult decision there from Exotic Esports. But who knows? Maybe bringing in more hard breacher would make sure that they would still have some backup, but also they would require some utilities to take out some defenders' utilities, try to use the grenades to eliminate players as best as possible, and also the flank watches to make sure that the runouts or spawn peaks in the hands of Ground 9 Esports would not happen. Although we're still waiting for the player from Ground 9 Esports to come back so that we'll be able to resume the match. But talking about the first half itself, we did get to see some amazing plays though. Shreds with a 4K clutch 1v3, and also we did get to witness just we also did get to witness Stark getting an ace playing as the Goya on defense, and also Firefly, the Maestro, with a 1v2 clutch. Both of them, which was from Exotic Esports, and one from Ground Esports, which was from Shreds. Maybe it's going to be very exciting to see in the second half to see what's going to happen. Second floor trophy and statuary room will be the site for Ground Esports to defend. And I have to ask Jack, will we see Ground 9 Esports equalize around 4-4, or will Exotic Esports take all the way to match point?
I mean, first off, I like how it actually ended up becoming 4-2. Despite, in my initial prediction, not exactly being non-committal, if you will. But regardless, I don't really know if 4-4 is an option for this match, if you will. Sure, it's a possibility, just looking at it removed from the context of these first 6 rounds. But again, I don't know what kind of defense the side of Ground 9 is going to be bringing in that might help them win this match or just go even close to equalizing, right? Exotic Esports so far have been fairly impressive. They've been coordinated and they've just done well, if you will. That last round, not exactly the best proof of their skills as a team, but regardless, looks like Ferdinand Jazz is back, ladies and gentlemen. The man who disconnected due to a game crash, I believe it was, he's back. and both sides are ready. So we'll be going back live with the game as the pause timer is unpaused, and we are headed into round 7 roll swap, second floor trophy, and statuary room. Coming up from the side of the defense, interesting six pick right there. Fake start, going out of the pulse into the frost, deciding not to play from below, but to play horizontally on site, or maybe just lurking, if you will.
Protect your bombs from being
With,
defused
of course,
by
those gigantic frost traps doing all the work for him, trapping operators, and of course, who can go wrong with a deployable shield in their inventory? Frost, one of the few operators to still retain a deployable shield as their secondary gadget, of course, joining the likes of Alibi, Smoke, Alibi, Smoke, and I believe Ella, who still has hers. So, yeah, 4 deployable shields, and then, of course, you have the Goyo. I mean, Goyo's just Goyo at this point. You know, you either use it for those, good holes and whatnot, using the little mirror slits on those shields for kills and intel and all of that good stuff, defensive holes, or you just blow them to Kingdom Come. So, yeah, it's kind of up to the Goyo players' play style on how they like to go about. But those Vulcan shields, we're not going to be seeing any Goyo from the side of Ground 9, though. We did see plenty of him from Exotic Esports, and we did see plenty of both sides of that coin, good defensive holds and blowing everything around them to Kingdom Come. So, yeah, kind of nice at the same time, And I'm not really sure where I was going with that. Do forgive me, ladies and gentlemen. But for the time being, bedroom balcony being pushed. Exotic Esports knows what they need to do. They need to get the drones out. They need to make sure that first floor is covered. Excuse me right there. And they also need to make sure that horizontal pressure is applied in time. Plenty of things to do in that very, very simplified checklist that they'll be going through in this round. And then, of course, you have Ground 9, who need to be dealt with on the defense. They have plenty of corners to hide in, plenty of cover to sit behind, and that is exactly what they'll be doing as a goo mine goes off in the meanwhile inside of bedroom very clearly. That is where the first bits of the push are going to be coming in from, and that's why the Legion is here. Neuron try and deny something, if you will. The shells go out, but will that stop the impact threat? No. The Selmas, excuse me, no, they won't. Selma goes off nice and quickly. But Ferdine will get a kill off of that. That's interesting right there, as Dark Lord will be the one to go down first drop, and he will get refragged as well from the long angle. Kind of ill-advised as Fire Fist takes a refrag, making it a 4v4 at the minute 21.
With Ferdine Jazz taken care of, it is still viable here for Ground 9 to hold their ground unless and until if they make a single mistake. The push, Firefly wins that, taking out the mute, which puts it in a 3v4. The Air Jazz will come in to make sure that the push would not happen. All they need is a bit of a smoke, but a huge mistake from Firefist, because he did not look out the angle, and looks like Valkyrie has something else to answer for. Takes out 2 of them, in which one of them is in a DBNO state, but still he needs to worry about 2 more players here. Azaret will be able to go for the revive, and also the Nomad's air jab did work out, but still will work out on the hands of Neuron, taking out Stark. And with it, Exotic Esports is in trouble. 35 seconds left for them to make their push, in which Azaret will do effortlessly. So pushing in towards Master Bedroom, as Stress gets 1, and so does Fake Stark, taking out Azaret. Ground and Esports will make their stand, winning round 7, second floor trophy and statuary room. And with it, we'll be able to proceed to the next round, with the score being 3-4. One more round for Ground and Esports to equalize it, putting it in a 4-4 score line. But who knows? Maybe Exotic Esports might have something else to answer for. Maybe who knows? With the side being on second floor, AVG round 8 will commence. We will see the same operators, although Aruni is not playable in this year, so she will be 6-picked out to a different operator. Any time now, Fake Star? Any minute now? There you
Oh
go.
boy. Oh boy.
Oh boy. Ooh.
Oh, that would have
Close.
been that would have been unfortunate.
Ooh.
Oh man. Like yeah. That would have required a team kill right there with absolutely no utilities placed.
Mhm.
Oof. But yeah, as a reminder to all of our viewers watching, just in case any other Div 3 team members are in there in chat right now, if you will. Aruni and Tachanka are currently not allowed in competitive Rainbow Six. I know that the new season is in the technical test server, and technically speaking, the Year 6 reveal did mention that the esports season 2020 is coming to an end, but it's not ended just yet. Up until the new season of 2021 CG Sports begins, which is in March, late March, Tashanka and Aruni are not to be in competitive Rainbow Sixes. Please remember that. I know the new season hype is very strong right now, but we can't afford to, have those little 4v5 rounds where you accidentally picked an operator who's quarantined or not allowed in the game, and then you get team killed with absolutely no utilities being placed, right? You cannot have that in this situation. It just makes the round worse for yourself as a team, and for a little bit of the morale as well, because you like, if it was even an AFK pick, even then it's not exactly the best thing to have in this situation. Regardless, little PSA aside, we're gonna move into a round 8 with the action phase coming in. Azrael with the drone towards astronomy. Did he see one? I think he does know now that Ferdinand Jazz is here towards the trophy room area. So the drones will come in. 2 drones taken care of. That's 3 by the Jaeger, mind you. As shots will be fired, but Ferdinand, of course, is just dancing around the area with Neuron for cover towards Statuary. I think the goo mine coming out will be heard. There we go, Dark Lord. He sees that goo mine going out, so he knows that there's somebody there. He could take a kill or two. He sees the Jaeger, but misses the shot. Unfortunate right there. As, of course, Ferdinand will walk away, no health loss. He did a bit of damage to DTWH, actually. So that's not going to be too good for the side of Exolic Esports. Ground 9. A little bit of early interference being run, but nothing too particularly deadly for Exolic just yet. Time has been wasted. Some health has been taken away from like one operator, but now Neuron is coming up as says he will hear the air jab, which means he cannot afford to go for that flank, or at the very least not entirely, because he could still get an angle from Astronomy Says, the little stone railing that's there. But other than that, he's not going to be able to do too much from that area, from that region. And now we are just in a bit of a waiting phase. Minute 15 on the clock. The drones coming in. No bodies have been dropped so far. But the longer they take, the more Exolic Esports will be on the receiving end of an unfortunate beating, if you will.
With the repel coming in from the ace, he will use those Selma breach charge to open up the vault wall, but he needs to do this as soon as possible. And looks like for the Injaz, will be able to take out Firefest, and so does Shreds, taking out Dark Lord 5v3. And here comes that huge gun battle in the hands of Shreds. Will get that confirmation with the help of the Deagle. C4 will come in, but does not cost anything. Azerate will be able to take out the Bomai, but no, misses the shot. Will be able to get the down, puts it on 3v2. But still, talking about Exolic, they will be the one who will be at a disadvantage here. Ash is in towards 90s, in which the ace will join with him sooner or later, but there's a lot of angles being opened up, which would force the defenders to play right outside any particular place. The Ash, who is slowly making his way, as well as Azred, who gets taken down in the hands of Shreds, and with it, Stark will be the last operator standing. Shreds with the repeak. Will he get the repeak again? Yeah, no, it does not. Repeak will come in, and also the refrag in the hands of Wader Rahman. Ground 9 will be able to equalize their round count by winning round 8 second floor AVG. That is a 4-4. Winning 2 rounds of defense back to back on the side of Ground 9 Esports. And the third side that they will be defending will be on Dining and Kitchen. Talking about the operator specs, they will pick some. They will have some different operator specs. You have Abe bringing in the castle, and also Fake Stark bringing in the pulse, and also Shred. This time bringing in the Vigil. This time we might be able to see some roam games coming in from them, and also a 6-pick from Neuron, switching it from the Bandit to the Mute. So it'll be very interesting to see how well that this defensive play is going to work out well in the hands of Ground 9 Esports. Although on the side of attack, it'll still be the same, as it picking up the ace and also the Thatcher, which is heavily required to open up the pantry's wall, and also maybe in towards the laundry wall as well. But their main focus is to make sure that they would open up lines of sight in towards second floor master bedroom, astronomy, and make sure that they'll be able to eliminate rumors as best as possible. If Exolic Esports decides to, take out, get 1 or 2 early kills and then fall back in towards the site, that is a good idea. I wouldn't say that it's not. but you could. There is a higher chances where Ground and Esports might continue their aggression. They just want to make sure that they would not get the control. They want to continue the aggression. They want to keep pressuring Exotic Esports just to get those control of those sites. And looks like it might work out. Although it's all up to Exotic Esports' plan of attack to see whether how this would work. They have 2 frag grenades in which they need to, eliminate the ADSs first. They don't have to worry about the Vomai's magnet nades because it hasn't been picked. Nor, I mean, it hasn't been banned, but neither it's been picked on the side of Ground and Esports. So these nade plays from DT might change the course of the entire match unless and until if Exotic Esports makes a mistake. Action phase will commence with the scoreline being 4-4. Abid Rahman will be able to place his last armor panel right in towards the pantry's entrance, in towards kitchen. And Dark Lord, exactly what I was talking about, will be able to use his EMP, and so does the Ace Thermal Breach charge to make that line of sight. The attackers thinking of getting the control in towards the second floor astronomy and trophy and statuary would be their best viable option. Talking about the information game here, it's quite surprising that you won't see any of the defenders trying to gain control into a trophy. You see Shreds in towards living room, so there is no pressure or no control into a specific sword. But we will see for the Jazz taking out the Ace Thermal Breach charge, but it won't happen because there is that smoke grenade which is blocking him the line of access, not giving him exactly where the Ace's location is. That is a very good play coming in from the Ace, using the smoke grenade to make sure that the player from below would not remove it. And looks like the problem will arrive in the hands of Ground and Esports as of now. Exotic Esports are taking taking their time as slow as possible, but taking times too slow might cause Ground and Esports to get the upper hand.
That is very much a possibility right now, as the vertical lenses side are being opened up from above. You have DTWH going ham on the floor as Dark Lord will go on to find Fake Start, finish him off nice and quickly. And as the pulse gone, there goes his FBI counterpart. That is a bid taken off the board. That's Fire Fist taking one more. And now you have Ferdinand just coming faster. He's actually going to find Stark. That's the Ash down. Flank watch will be requested from one of the remaining alive attackers, if you will. But of course, there's still plenty to do as Ferdinand just about survives an encounter with Fire Fist, who is now going to try and chase the Jaeger. Flashbang goes out. Interesting position to throw that one on as Dark Lord's already made his way into sight. This could be huge right now as he will hear the mute scuffling about. He will see him, take him down, and now he sees the Jaeger, but gets taken down by Ferdinand. The plan was going off, but no, the kill was taken by Shreds onto Azrael. That's the diffuser drop, and now suddenly it's a 2v2, with the situation not looking too good for the side of Exotic. They need to get in, and they need these kills right now. DTWH missing a grenade toss. Not good. Grenade toss does go out finally, but will not find anybody. Ferdinand just finds him instead, and now it's all down to the Nomad. Gets one. Can he get the other one? There's only so much time remaining. 20 seconds on the clock. It's a 1v2 that he has to clutch. You will hear the footsteps, but he doesn't know the lack of intel for the attackers, and Shreds will take it away from the side of Exotic Esports. Ladies and gentlemen, for the first time in this match, we have the lead being taken by Ground 9 Esports, who are bringing things back for themselves. Exotic have not looked too good after that lengthy rehouse that was taken. Unfortunately, as Trophy Statuary Room will be coming out from the side of the defense, they've made 3 successful defensive rounds on Villa so far, and they are looking good to get to match point first. Will they, is the real question here, as round 10 is now underway.
Round 10, and also this might prove that Ground 9 is here for that miraculous comeback. And currently they will get back the lead 5-4. The only chance that they need right now is to win this total of 2 rounds. But will it happen though? Second floor trophy room will be the site for Ground and Esports to defend. And talking about Exotic Esports' attack phase, we did get to see how quick they were. Although it was quite interesting to see Ground and Esports not even trying to contest second floor trophy nor astronomy. It was basically like trying to play in the trying to bring in the bait. So if the attackers did get the control of that vertical line of sight, maybe the defenders thought that they would try to use it against them. And I believe that actually did work though. For the Jazz, who went upstairs in towards Astronomy, did eliminate one, and then went back in towards the side, gets 3 kills. And then unfortunately with the refrag right in towards the laundry, the Vigil, surprisingly enough, won't be, surprisingly enough, will be able to win that round without having a fuss. Although on round 10, you know, some things might come into consideration, knowing that the site is on trophy and such very room. Keep that in mind. The Ground 9 Esports in the second half haven't lost a single defensive round as of now. They won 3 rounds back to back, and now they just need to make sure that they would keep this lead as best as possible. They need to just keep their motivation. They need to hold out a little while longer and make sure that they would make no more mistakes when Exolic Esports are attacking as of now. The same thing can be said to Exolic, you know, making sure that they would get those early picks, making sure that they would get those refrags. That's exactly what they need as of now. Abid Rahman will bring in the Capcan's EDD. So Exolic Esports needs to be very careful within towards the doors. They do not have information, but they will get that first frag. For the Jazz goes down as Dark Lord deals with major damage from the EDDs, which will put him in a very low HP here. 1 HP that would force the Thatcher to fall back. Going way much more aggressive will cost him his life, and also not having any opportunities to open up statuary wall. Although there is huge amount of impact nades where Shred and the Legion is still trying to make sure that the wall would not open, but the push is already in the Ash. Eliminates player in towards Astronomy. The push needs to happen in towards the statuary room. A lot of chaos, a lot of problems being happening from both these teams around here, and we still have no way to figure out what exactly has been happening around. A 3v4. Ground 9 Esports have lost so much ground, and Exolic Esports are making sure that they would not make these mistakes. As it has information, and he will gladly get that kill taken out of Abid Rahman. Puts it in a 2v4. Shreds get caught out with the drone. Still wants to decide the aggression, but I don't think that is advisable. All they have to do is waste a lot of time, and that time is not going to board out well in their favor. Actually, it does. Fake Stark and Shred makes their plays. Double kill for him with the MPX. And with it, DT will be the last player in towards the master bedroom, who needs to make a single plays. And guess what? They haven't eliminated the Valkyrie camps, which is giving them vital information. And also the red pings will come in, which would force them to take out the Val cams. We're talking about the time. They don't have really much. 55 seconds. And DT doesn't have any drones, nor the flash, nor frag grenades to try to eliminate these players. All he has to do is just trust his primary weapons. But unfortunately, Shreds will be able to shred their hopes, as Ground 9 will be able to win round 10, second floor trophy and statuary room. 4 defensive round wins, ladies and gentlemen, in the hands of Ground 9 Esports. And with it, there will be the one in match point. Round 11. The site for them to be defending will be on second floor aviator/games room. And let's see whether Ground 9 Esports will continue their aggression.
That they will try to, for sure. Excuse me out there. As Ground 9, currently speaking, is on a match point. They are looking very good to take this match and make this comeback happen. They were 1-4 down. Now, they are 6-4 up, ladies and gentlemen. That is going to be quite the story for them going forward from here. Sure, you know, they've already played 5 matches, and this is their 6th in the season, which means they only have 1 more to go before their season 5 stint ends. So the best that they can do is make sure they get up to 9 points, put themselves somewhere in the middle of that leaderboard. Excuse me out there, and you know, end the season on a good note, despite starting it on a not so great note. Exolic Esports, on the other hand, I have to say that last round was so very unfortunate for them. They looked like they had control. They were 4 versus 2 up. They had the man count lead. They were good on time, but unfortunately, as we saw, yeah, didn't really do too much for them, now did it? That unfortunately is that unfortunately just is not going to be too good for them. Exolic just could have had that round. They just needed to play it a little better, really. Just holding bathroom for just 1 player that if Shreds had been shut down then and there, that would have been it. His double kill was what really did them in, because a 3 versus 2 is still winnable for both sides. But a 2v2, oh, wait a minute, Neuron, we just saw his health bar ping along with Ferdine and a bit. What is happening inside the site? Are they just throwing impacts at each other or something? We're not sure, ladies and gentlemen, but there was definitely something involving impact grenades that caused all of these players to lose so many, excuse me right there, so much health. But yeah, back to the matter at hand. Exotic, they had the lead, they had the advantage, and they somehow could not emphasize on it to win the round itself. That's why we see round 9 on match point right now, looking very strong indeed. In the 6-4, very close to the 7-4 victory, as that will be what they want to do, using Villa's defender-sided nature to the fullest. As we have the cap cannon play once again, fake start, bringing in those EDDs. As we saw, they were very, very effective against Exotic Esports. They reduced the health of a number of their players very quickly, as they seem to just be unaware of Capcan's presence on the map. This time they are, though, watching those doors, but apparently Dark Lord still isn't. He was the first victim of the EDD in the previous round, and he's the first victim of an EDD health reduction in this round, but he's still watching the main stairs, but not for too long, though. Shots are gonna come in. Wait, Neuron, did he not see that? He does finally, and takes the kill. Dark Lord will go down, but there's the Ash from down below to get the refrag. Nice and quickly. Stark comes up to the red carpet stairs at the minute 20 mark. Now is the real question. 4v4, 2 operators have been taken care of out of the 10 in the entire map. DTWH pushing up 90, trying to see if he can clear out that region for a vault breach. Standard attacker stuff, nothing too special. Ferdine takes just a tiny bit of damage from the Ash on 90, but he will connect that shot. Stark will go down. Perfectly timed bullet right there from the Jaeger, as he will take another down, and that's Fire Fist down on the floor. Azrael has been down in the meanwhile, as another kill could just be taken, but no, the refrag will come in just about in time, but no DTWH! Oh, he wanted to go for the revive, and he got taken down as Shreds pushed up at just the right time. And ladies and gentlemen, that is it. The big comeback for Ground 9, from being 1-4 down to 7-4 winners on the map of Villa. What a game for them indeed. They will put 3 more points on the board for themselves, put themselves in a slightly better position than they were before this game. And they have 1 more to go, while EXL have 2 more to go to see where they end up at the end of Season 5. Just a little bit more, and Season 5 for Div 3 will have ended, because we are at the very end of Day 5, excuse me, ladies and gentlemen. And of course, we have just Day 6 tomorrow for Div 3. The season's ending is basically what I'm trying to say here, and these last 11 months have been amazing. But of course, we still have Reel of the Moment to go through, where we talk about the highs and the lows of the match that we just had, and of course the good plays and the not so good plays from both sides, and we'll be going into that in just a short while. And of course, we still have the 3rd game after this. We'll talk about that a little bit more, but right now, Reel of the Moment going live on these screens, and in this situation, I believe none other than Baba Gusta is more suited to take us through this. So Baba, interesting game, and then ultimately a great comeback. Wouldn't you agree?
I mean, yes, Jack, but I actually do want to talk about that previous round, the last final round. According to the kill cam, I saw Azrael falling down. Like, he actually dropped down by mistake. So, like, I believe he was at the top of the roof where he was trying to go for an inverted rappel, but unfortunately, due to a misclick, he fell back. Unfortunately, couldn't do much for Exotic Esports as of now. But yeah, talking about the first half itself, we get to see some miraculous plays coming in from Ground 9 Esports, especially Shreds with that 4K clutch 1v3, and also the ace that we did get to see in the second round. Exotic Esports, they started winning rounds 1 by 1, winning for 4 defending rounds on second floor AVG, first floor dining, and also on trophy statuary room. Although when Exotic Esports in the second half, where they were on attack, somehow Ground 9 somehow they could not win their gunfights against Ground 9. They kept losing time and time again, and also They had no idea on how to they had no idea on how to eliminate these players as well in the first place. Although I do have to appreciate the way how Exotic Esports did defend, but there were numerous amount of mistakes that we did get to witness around in some particular matches as well. As raid with the we did get to see some beautiful SMG 11 kills. Also sometimes the hip fire work out well in their favor, but also there were some rounds where Exotic Esports could have won the match, like on I believe in the second floor trophy and statuary room, where Ground and Esports, there was only two players left. Four players were still alive on the hands of Exotic Esports. They could have just they could have just pushed as calm as possible, try to go in for a smoke plant, make sure that you would force the defenders to push in towards them rather than waiting for them. So they did not do those at all. For a moment there, I thought they would have won first floor dining slash kitchen, but unfortunately they did not. And for the Injas, oh boy, he was making quite an impressive plays. He was the one to make that clutch happen. Without for the Injas getting that triple kill, Shreds wouldn't have got the final kill to win that round. Talking about that round 9, there was a lot of mistakes being made, though, especially the walls being opened. Although the Thatcher was in play, they forgot about the impact tricks, in which you did get to see Legion having 2 impacts. You did get to see Shreds having 2 impacts to make sure that the walls would not be opened. But although they could not take out against Shreds at all, we did get to see Shreds making some triple kills in second floor trophy statuary room twice or thrice when he was on defense. And then I believe this was the last round where for the Injaz, all he did was hold that one specific angle, get 2 kills, actually 2 downs, to get that confirmation, and also in the end the aggressive push right in towards 90 to get that kill. All in all, we will be able to see Ground and Esports getting back up on their feet, winning their second match. That would put them in since this is a negative 9 round conversion rate. I still have no idea how the math. I'm not good at mathematics. So technically, it's 6 points, which would put them at least on top of Zendaya fan club, which currently they are in 5th position. So it is a good opportunity for them, but also a good opportunity for the next match that we will be seeing. Clickbait going up against D3 Space. The map will be Cafe Dostoevsky. But for now, we're just going to take a short break and we'll be right back with the third and final match.
We head for the sky, it's alright. Our wings wouldn't fly, it's alright. If we are crashing down again, pieces of love, it's alright. Scattered in mud, it's alright. You're giving me a lie again. And tell me what you want, this time I won't take it to the heart. Cause I know we won't make it out, I've heard it all before. Yeah, tell me what you want, let me hear that I'm the only one. You know that we won't make it out, we've heard it all before. It's alright. It's alright. It's alright. It's alright. It's alright, so let's move on. 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 We head for the sky, it's alright. Our wings wouldn't fly, it's alright. If we are crashing down again, pieces of love, it's alright. Scattered in mud, it's alright. You're giving me a lie again. And tell me what you want, this time I won't take it to the heart. Cause I know we won't make it out, I've heard it all before. Yeah, tell me what you want, let me hear that I'm the only one. You know that we won't make it out, we've heard it all before. It's alright. Hey. It's alright. Hey. It's alright. It's alright. It's alright, so let's move on. 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 Alright, so let's move on.
Alrighty then, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the WD BLACK Esports Club Pro League 4 Rainbow Six Siege, supported by Ubisoft and our broadcast partner Booyah. I'm your host Blackjack. Joining me is my co-host Baba Gusta, and of course our admin Eisen, as we are here for the final game of Day 5 of Division 3 in the Pro League. That is Team Clickbait taking on D3 Space. Pretty interesting match, all things considered, coming up live on your streams on the map of Cafe Dostoevsky as we join our players right here, right now, in the ban phase of the map. D3 on the defense have the first ban of tonight, and it is going to be the Nomad. It is Cafe after all. Nomad bans are very common, ladies and gentlemen, and that will be the first ban to start us off once again from the side of the defense. Clickbait now have the second attacker ban of the night, and they are taking their decision they're taking quite a bit of time to deliberate on this decision, and they will bring out, the Jackal. Nice and quickly. The Jackal ban coming in. Of course, we all know that ban is a very standard attacker ban, but on Cafe, we've been seeing so many Blackbeard bans. Jackal bans actually have gone down ever so slightly, if you will. Valkyrie, on the other hand, is another ban from the side of Team Clickbait, as we have lots of wholesome chat going on in the all chat right now between both teams. Always, you love to see it, if you will. Valkyrie ban from the side of Clickbait, of course, you have the you have the information denial and some utility denial. D3 Space choosing to keep Melusi in, of course, and that means we have the Maestro and the Wamai still in play, ladies and gentlemen. That's going to be big for the side of D3 Space. They can have tons of utility and utility denial from the side of the attack, but of course we'll see that as we move into round 1. First floor, kitchen service and kitchen cooking from the side of the defense. And before we do, let's have a look at both the rosters that are here in the lobby for us today. From the side of Clickbait, we've got Teddy, Alexia, Kingslayer, Noxy, and Gunmaker. And from the side of D3 Space, we've got the Executor, Kakashi, Whiskey, Abu Akil, and AXH. Kitchen service, kitchen cooking. The side of choice, Lexia, taking the 6th pick out of the Blackbeard of the Ash. And with that, after the man for the mic long enough, Baba Gusta, take it away.
Thank you for that, Jack. The third match will commence. Clickbait on attack, D3 Space, the final frontier on defense. With the side being on kitchen service and kitchen cooking. Looks like we just need to wait for Gunmaker for him to load, so that we'll be able to proceed with the round. Now, talking about the operator specs, we will see a 6 pick from Luxia, switching from the Blackbeard to the Ash. Talking about the Ash plays, we have seen quite a lot of aggressive Ash plays coming in Division 3. Some of them did succeed, which was from Fardeen Jazz in the previous matchup. But we're about to find out what exactly going to happen in match 3 itself. With Kakashi bringing in the castle, he'll be able to place his armor panels right in towards the small bakery, make the vault rotation right beside him, and also place the rest of the 2 armor panels in towards the double door hallway of bar and also in towards the court. Unless and until if he decides to, place it in a different spot, that is basically the most standard way that you're going to see. Although the small bakery one doesn't have a vault rotation, but instead it is it's an impact. You could go in for a crouch rotate. It shouldn't be much of a problem. But with it, we'll be able to proceed to the action phase. And with it, round 1 will commence. AX really need to be quick and fast, reinforcing that hatch because the attacks have already started making their way. Especially Raxia, who is trying to make sure that he would get the small bakery control as best as possible. Noxy, I believe the first frag will be in the hands of Kingslayer, eliminating AXH. Kakashi will do the same thing out Luxia. Quite a fast pick coming in from both these teams. And also, I do know what exactly happened to AXH. He was trying to go in for a reinforcement of hatch in towards Fireplace Hall, and when he was trying to come back right downstairs, he got caught with the angry Kingslayer, eliminating him, which would put them in a very good spot. And with it, Gunmaker will slowly make his way in towards the mining room, whereas the Excaros pellets will succeed opening up the hatches in towards the freezer. Although the freezer wall isn't opened, so their main top priority is to open up the bakery as well if they can, or if they could open up the yellow stairs wall as well if they could. Actually, the red stairs wall. Only problem is that they've currently have control, the entire control of second floor. Now they just have to get the control in towards this side. Yes, Salma Breach charge will open up the freezer, whereas Whiskey gets caught from the drone, but he will still win it, taking out Gunmaker. Pushing on 3v4. We're talking about his SP, though he is very low. One shot to the body is all it needs to get that confirmation, but one shot to the head is fatal. And all Whiskey needs is that one headshot to make sure that he would stay alive and also make sure that he would stay vigilant. Kingslayer is on his roll, taking out Kakashi. But looks like Whiskey needs to be really careful. Doesn't see the Hibana in towards the 90s red hallway, which would give him that refrag. And looks like the plant is underway, right in towards the default plant of kitchen service. The defenders have no idea in which they will be forced for a post plant. Executor still has the C4, but doesn't have the angle. Kingslayer with a triple kill, taking out Abu. And with it, the bandit will be the last player in towards the kitchen cooking. The way how the MP7 did fire up, it would give away his position, and the attackers are slowly converging into his location. Pre-fire will come in from Nox. He misses the opportunity, and Kingslayer is slowly making his way. And Teddy will make sure that Executor won't make a lot of problems in the first round itself, as they'll be able to open up their account. Winning first floor kitchen, 1-0 will be the score line. It will be able to proceed to the second round, where DT Sprays has given an opportunity to either go back to third floor bar or go back to first floor kitchen. Although going back to kitchen isn't it's not going to be a good idea. The way how aggressive clickbait pushed, especially Kingslayer getting that triple kill. Although Luxia was picked out quite early in the first round itself, who knows, maybe some major changes might happen in the second round, third floor bar itself. Kingslayer with a 6-pick yet again, switching from the Blackbeard to the Zofia. Pressuring D3 space, knowing that they might bring in the Blackbeard. So Executor might take this bait. No, actually he won't. He'll be able to bring in the Kaid, the Electro Claws, which will be placed in towards the walls, either in freezer or from the piano walls right near the red stairs. Looks like with it, the prep phase will come in for the defenders. 1-0 is the score line, and Clickbait will be the one to be in the lead.
Clickbait taking that first round, I have to say, definitely didn't look too good for them initially. D3 Space taking those first kills, taking the early man advantage and keeping on it, if you will. But unfortunately for them, Clickbait fought back and fought back hard, retaking the man advantage and then pushing it aside, forcing it into a post plant because the cover for the planter was just good enough. Now, of course, we've got third floor bar in play, but Whiskey, I think he wants to go for an early play. He's going to go for a peek on towards the southern spawn. There's only Gunmaker there, mind you, and Whiskey could be patient about this, but he won't be. He's going to fall back knowing that his life could be taken away within an instant. As he's going to fall back up the white stairs all the way up towards sight. Excuse me right there. As Teddy resumes normal activities, he's rappelling up after watching for those spawn peaks from piano. Nothing coming up just yet, if you will. As D3 Space, of course, we all know third floor holds at this point. It's mostly going to be a turtle hold, but oh boy, Whiskey got to be so careful as Kingslayer is going to find Executor. He was watching that window for, of course, a run-out opportunity, but he couldn't. C4 comes in. Will I find anybody? No, the grenade does not either. As Whiskey, of course, is now lower down on white stairs, watching for somebody onto the rappel, but nobody will be, of course. He is simply waiting. As Gunmaker is also waiting on top of the ventilation unit here on this little balcony, but he's got to be careful. Whiskey could peek out, but he won't, and the sledge will run back into safety of the other side of the building. First kill taken by Clickbait, and a good kill too. Executor, the Kaid going down. That's a very dangerous, the dangerous operator taken care of on that pixel angle from the looks of it. As another rappel has come in, of course, this time it's again Kingslayer, but AXH will go down to Luxia. As he will take a kill nice and quickly. Teddy takes Kakashi down as well. As Teddy finds another, that's Whiskey gone, and there's Gunmaker onto a block kill. Well then. Clickbait going on a manhunt and finding every single player on the behalf of D3 Space. This is not a good start for D3. You know, some could say that that first round was still fairly decent as a start, but round two, flawless for the attackers as Clickbait are now 2-0 up going into the third round. Third floor bar and cocktail lounge.
Well then, flawless victory in the second round. Looks like D3 Space needs to worry about this, knowing on how many of kills have been gone in favor of the attackers, especially Teddy Oi surviving that gunfight, even though Whiskey had the information as to where exactly Teddy Oi's location was, but unfortunately he was too late to answer it.
Locate and defuse
And
bomb.
looks like there'll be a Clickbait will be able to win yet another attack round. Talking about the third round, it will be the same side, third floor bar, with a bit of changes in the operator's picks. We will see Abu bringing in the Mozzie to make sure that the information gained from Clickbait will be lessened, and also Kapkan with those EDDs to at least deal major damage to the attackers, deal at least a total of 70 damage, so that they'll be able to, down the attackers in at least in a total of 1 to 2 body shots, because that's exactly what D3 Space want. They want the advantage. They want to make sure that they would have good amount of kills as best as possible. Looks like they've been losing bodies left, right, and center. Although we're about to find that on the action phase. Abu Akil again going for a spawn peek in towards the exact spot where Whiskey was doing. You'll be able to hear the gunshots, the attacker's gunshots. Needs to be careful of the detection. It only has a 2-second detection rate, where the defenders really needs to be careful, especially the Mozzie. Just as I was talking about it, he's going to eliminate Sledge immediately. That's a really good kill. But here comes the Amaru, gets taken out in the hands of the Jaeger. Looks like D3 Space starts to make a comeback. This is exactly what we have been waiting for. Kingsley will be able to take out Executor right in towards the Skylight hatch, right into a Skylight, as he will proceed opening up the hatches. Talking about the plays, it is going to be only 3 attackers left for Team Clickbait to make that play, and Whiskey started making his own, going for that run out, but it's already been watched in the hands of Teddy Oi. He exactly knew that there was going to be a run out, and looks like he'll be able to eliminate him. 2 minutes already, and looks like it is 3-3 with Gunmaker, Luxia, Executor, and Whiskey taken out. Noxy will continue his work, opening up the walls in towards Piano, and try to contest against the Capcan, who is holding on the angle with the deployable shield. All he needs to do is just remove it, so that the defenders would force to fall back. That's exactly what he needs to do. He has even the impact nades from Kingslayer. I mean, also Noxy with the Ace Selma Breach charge to make sure that it does not happen. But there is the Bandit charges which would deny that from happening. Although Capcan will fall back right from the main stair, right from the white stairs, because he's a bit afraid that it might happen. Although the deployable shield will be opened, and looks like Team Clickbait will slowly make their way in towards the side, but they really need to be careful about the 2 roamers here, Mozzie and the Capcan. The C4 from Abu Akil is just waiting for the information, and with it 1 minute is all it has for the attackers to make their play. Currently, we will see one of the attackers holding control in towards the Skylight. That's a good cover, but they still need to make sure that they would get post-plan. That's why you have Kingslayer. Teddy Oi will be the one to go for the plan, but currently he's at the top. Talk about the time here, 40 seconds. Let's see what's going to happen.
Not a whole lot of time, but Asamo's going off along with the plan. Wait a minute, Tidier's already going for it. Does the defense? No, they don't. AXH gets taken down, so does King. So does Abuakal, excuse me. Kingsley taking that kill. And now it's suddenly down to Kakashi, the last man standing. The Goyo just coming out towards Cigar Shop, and he will be taken down as well. Tedigai takes a kill, and from out of nowhere, once again, Clickbait with a very late round emphasis will be the ones to win it as well. Very interesting indeed, if you will, ladies and gentlemen, as Clickbait are somehow able to convert what looks like a do or die situation into a win that comfortable. All 3 of the remaining attackers were alive for the entirety of that round, all the way towards the end. Obviously, the same cannot be said of D3 Space, who got read into and taken out very, very quickly as well. With that, we're headed towards first floor kitchen service and kitchen cooking. I don't think this is a good decision from the side of D3. I believe they should try to go for second floor reading, maybe that side could change things around. They need just one round, really, just to set foot on the scoreboard. As soon as they do that, they will be able to give themselves, excuse me, rather, they'll be able to give themselves a little bit of breathing room. A little bit of a comeback potential could happen, and that will be the real question of this round. How do we see D3 Space turning this around? Do they even turn this around to begin with? Is the real question. Taking a quick look at the scoreboard, the leaderboard for the I said scoreboard, but yeah, this also helps. 6 and 6 to the top two of Clickbait. Right off the bat, Teddy and Kingslayer, they've been doing most of the front work, while Noxy, Gunmaker, and Luxia bring in the support. D3 can't exactly say the same, as AXH is, he's yet to even make a note down on his tab this round, this match. Might, going forward, you could just have been playing support for these first 3 rounds, or maybe just not exactly having the best day with a weapon in hand. The point notwithstanding, looking at the leaderboard for both of these teams right now in Division 3, D3 Space is yet to win a single game. Out of the 4 that they have played so far, they have lost all of them. This is their 5th game, and one of their final chances to put some points on board, maybe put themselves in a better position going into the rest of the season, while Team Clickbait is actually joint 3rd right now with Red Vipers. That is right, they are tied with RVZ. 9 points and a +3 on the round conversion. And that, ladies and gentlemen, is certainly quite interesting, as they'll be fighting for the actual 3rd place, if you will. Red Vipers is currently up there with them, tied for it. If Clickbait wins this, then Red Vipers goes down to 4th proper, and we might just see that happen as Teddy takes the first kill. Abuakal goes down, making it a 5v4, and there is your first kill taken. The Roamer gone. There may yet be one more in play. Luxia is hunting for that as the minute 40 mark comes to pass, and Clickbait once again kind of looking good.
They're looking good for now, though. Clickbait already getting that first early frag. They don't have to worry about roamers at all. They just need to worry about the defenders inside. A lot of explosions to make that vertical lines of sight, and also open up the hard breach to make lines of sight, open up hatches, and also open up, prep themselves to go for the plant in towards the default of kitchen cooking. Kakashi really needs to worry about that current position, and so does Whiskey, who's just making sure that there'll be that she'll be able to at least delay the time from the attackers. The mute still needs to be careful, because there is the attacker still holding that specific angle. So many lines of sight for the attackers to look at. They have good amount of information via the drones. Looks like the mute's jammers is not working well in their favor, but that kill well, taking out the ace, is exactly what they need. But Teddy has a mind of its own, taking out Executor. Bringing up 4v3, can he get the 3rd? Yes, he does. Taking out the mute will be able to put Clickbait in a very good spot here. Triple kill for Teddy, and looks like all he needs to do is get one more quad kill for Teddy, and with it, he needs to find one last player, but unfortunately it gets caught in the hands of Kingslayer. Clickbait, 4 attacking rounds in a row. They'll be able to win it, even on first floor kitchen, and also will be able to proceed to the next round, round 5, where D3 Space is bedazzled. Spaced out?
Yeah, there we go. I was gonna say, you're bedazzled is not the word for that situation, Baba.
I mean, Bedazzled is actually a Hollywood movie that I actually watched way back.
Yeah, I see. I remember that one as well, but again, the meaning of bedazzled doesn't match for the context you were saying that.
Yeah,
in.
You're right. Yeah.
Attackers need to locate and defuse as many bombs as they can.
Well, anyway, round 5 will go underway, ladies and gentlemen, with Clickbait being 4-0 up against D3 Space. Yeah, D3 just, not looking too good, if you will. And, yeah, I can't really say anything positive about them in this situation. They just have not played well, ladies and gentlemen. They've been taken down time and time again, and while they're trying different things, to their credit, they are trying something different every now and again, is just not working. It is literally just not working at all. And that, of course, has hurt them time and time again as well in this situation. Who knows? Maybe they might be able to take a couple of rounds here. Maybe they turn their fortune around. As third floor bar comes into play once again, I still disagree with this, by the way, ladies and gentlemen. I heavily disagree with them just constantly rotating between third floor bar and first floor kitchen. I really feel like second floor could make a difference for D3 Space if they would just attempt it. I feel like their playstyle would suit that site to a degree, and they might just be able to turn things around after learning a couple of lessons after winning a round. And they need to win a round. They desperately do. Maybe when they go on to the attack, they might take a round or two, but I would highly, just not advise waiting for that. But wait a minute, AXH and Abu Akil have just taken two huge kills, and those are Luxia and Noxy gone. All of a sudden, this round doesn't look too good for Clickbait, but mind you, the last time we came to third floor bar, Clickbait were, again, in a 3 versus 5. Two very early kills have been taken against them, and then they consolidated, made decisions on what kind of push they wanted to do, and they managed to take the round. But oh no, Kingslayer would have had whiskey right there, but he unfortunately was not able to, of course, as the alibi will just about get away. Now watching Skylight as shots are fired. Abu Akil takes a ton of damage right there. Not sure exactly where, probably from one of these hatches. He's got to be so careful of his position as R6S is being pushed, and there's the Zofia to take him down. It's now a 3v4, but Kingslayer, of course, is affected by a Gershmot, so he will fall back down the red stairs. We have AXH holding down below on Pillar's room. I don't think Clickbait is aware of AXH's position, which could be the big changing factor for this round. If AXH manages to play it safe, now that he's gathered a drone as well, he might be able to use that to his advantage as Kingslayer is going to come up onto balcony. He doesn't know, but the Mozzie will miss. No, that is the worst time to miss. AXH, that was unfortunate, as Teddy will take the kill onto Whiskey. In the meanwhile, cleaning up onto one of the other kills that wasn't taken as Kakashi gets taken down by, gets the kill, onto Kingslayer. Had a bit of a slip of tongue right there, as AXH now coming up towards White Stairs. Has to be so careful as Kakashi finds another, and AXH will find Gunmaker as well. D3 Space will finally take a defensive round, ladies and gentlemen, and a much needed one, as they are finally able to emphasize on those early kills, making sure that Clickbait may equalize the man count, but never more than that, as it is now 4-1 going into round 6. And, of course, Clickbait still have and hold on to a huge advantage, which could still become 5-1 going into round 7 roll swap onto the defense for Clickbait. Yeah, they got a big chance to make this match quick, clean, and not really that difficult. As first floor kitchen service and cooking will come out, D3 Space is still in a fairly large spot of trouble.
Well, we might see that 6-pick from Luxia. From one that I thought he was going to pick the Amaru, but instead he's just going to bring in the Twitch, the shock drones, to disable the defender's utility, which would be the Jaeger's ADSs. I mean, you have a lot of utilities that the Twitch shock drones can be able to destroy it, although the Twitch really needs to be careful of the pests in which the Mozzie has. So one little misstep from any of those doors will cost the Twitch to lose her drone, and also give Mozzie the opportunity to disable any of the hard breaching capabilities coming in on the side of Team Clickbait. So you just need to make sure that it would not happen. So I believe their main focus is to make sure that they would clear a lot of roamers by getting control of the third floor, and then slowly making their way in towards the second floor to try to take out the players. Action players will come in with the players who spawned in towards the main spawn site, not at the Christmas market in which Gunmaker is currently in. Kingslayer also in that specific spot, knowing that the site is on first floor kitchen. Having control in towards bar is a must, because you always see one of the players in towards the courtroom, because you would get that long angle right in towards the prep room. So it is a very good angle. The only thing is that you need to make sure that you could that you do not give the control into the hands of the attackers. Gunmaker will start up using the grenades to make sure that he'll be able to destroy some of the utilities. It looks like the Mozzie will be able to capture the drone. Let's just hope that is not the shock drone that the Mozzie has. Looks like they'll be able to open up the small bakery wall. So does the main bakery wall in towards prep, which would force the defenders to fall back in towards the main sites. Talking about clickbait though, this is going slow and steady. Abu Akil misses a lot of gunshots, and he'll be able to take out both of the bandit charges. Oh my goodness, that is... Oh boy, pain. Pain at its highest level. And Nox will be able to use the Selma Breach charges to open up the bakery wall. That is so sad. But somehow, Mozzie will figure out a way here. Taking out Kingslayer. It is an important frag because he was the one who was mainly doing the heavy lifting, getting those triple and double kills. But Apo Kill will finally make his amends due to the number of shots he missed with the drones. Taking out Luxia this time. That's quite ironic. 3v5. And looks like Clickbait will be the one currently in trouble.
That they will be. Interesting little turn of events right here from both Clickbait and D3 Space. As we've got still what could be a chance for them. Brain goes up by Gunmaker, and that will actually find Kakashi, excuse me, right there. And he might just find another one. Yes, he will. There's a XH taken care of. And suddenly D3 Space are losing bodies at a rate that they do not want to. But Abuakil will find Noxie. And now Gunmaker coming in, and with the help of Teddy Oi, who gets the reflag onto Abuakil. The bandit will not quite go down. Why did he not continue shooting? He could have taken that kill, as Executor is still alive. Gunmaker's got to be so careful about this. Executor finds Teddy Oi as well, but the bandit will be taken down. Much needed. But he doesn't have the diffuser, and he doesn't have the kill either. Whiskey comes in, quite literally slides into frame, takes the kill, and slides right out. As D3 Space will gain some momentum going into the other side of Roll Swap, as we'll see in the instant replay. Unfortunate. But if Gunmaker had just continued shooting, he might have gotten the kill on to the bandit right there. Executor would not have been allowed to take down Teddy Oi, and the round would have been just that much better for Clickbait. But for some odd reason, he decided to look the other way. And the bandit managed to get an escape going, take a kill, and put them in a much more difficult position. 4-2 is now the scoreline, as Clickbait still maintains a 2-round lead, but it's nowhere, excuse me right there, nowhere close to being, what it should have been, some would say. As right now, we are going to be moving onto the other side of round 7 Roll Swap, with Clickbait on the defense going to 3rd floor bar and cocktail lounge, while D3 Space on the attack.
Well, with the roll swap around 7, the site would be on 3rd floor bar, and this time it's going to be Clickbait on defense. Talking about the off picks, they will bring in some of the intel operators. You have the Mozzie, you have the Maestro. But what's interesting is that you have Teddy Oi bringing the OEA operator Oryx. Looks like he'll be able to open up the hatches in towards Piano to make a quick rotate rather than heading in towards the stairs. That's how versatile, Oryx is when it comes to, versatile and also a faster chances into getting into some certain locations. Luxia is already prepped in for the run out right in towards the Christmas market. Will be able to spot one of the default camps being destroyed. Won't be able to get the opportunity, so he will fall back in towards the 3rd floor bar and make sure that he would not continue his aggression. Because, coming to the topic of spawn peaks, especially in the early rounds, it is a high risk, high reward. If you stay there for too long, then that means the attackers know exactly what you've been doing, and they'll just eliminate you as soon as possible. But for now, the attackers from D3 Space will start rappelling in to try to gain control in towards the Piano. And so does Abu Akil, rappelled in towards the Pillar's window to try to gain that angle in towards the cocktail lounge. Although he won't be able to find anything as of now, the only thing that they do need to worry about is the run out in towards the red stairs window. All Clickbait has to know is to have major information on what kind of operators does the attackers have. If they do not have Nomad, since they do not have Nomad, the information should need to be relayed by them. But talking about information, though, Jaeger unfortunately loses in the hands of Whiskey, but Gunmaker will be able to get another kill. This time, taking out the Buck, puts it in a 4v4. Looks like the repel game from D3 Space is still in. He's just waiting for the opportunity in which the attacker's push needs to come in, but that was ill-advised there. Steady, I will be able to get one, gets another one with the D5 SMG. Looks like they'll be able to control the aggression of D3 Space here. 4v2. Abuakil in towards the hatch. Unfortunately, won't be able to do anything as of now, as a P10 Ronin will be able to claim his life. Looks like Kakashi will be the last player. He still has a drone. He has 2 smoke grenades. But unfortunately, not much of HP in which Tedioy will be able to force him to be in a very low HP. Kakashi, very patient enough, will be able to take out Gunmaker. But will he get Tedioy though? He'll be able to spot the head and also gladly take that beautiful headshot. And looks like Clickbait will continue their win streak. Winning round 7, third floor bar. As we take a look at it in the instant replay, the score will be 5-2. 2 more rounds for Team Clickbait to win the round, and for D3 Space, for them, it's a long way. It's a long way to go.
It most certainly is. As it turns out, on the defense, yeah, the side of Clickbait definitely have a little bit more control over what's going on in this situation. As now it's 5-2 going into round 8, and D3 just continually not looking too good. I've said that like so many times. It's about as many times as, I have some rather interesting interactions with Flynn's on Twitter. Everybody knows that, of course, seem to have branded him with a new name, but of course I won't say that on stream. Not here. I don't want to do any more damage than has already been done. But going into round 8, D3 Space doing not a whole lot of good work. Their attack was definitely very all over the place a little bit, and not quite as well rounded as I would have liked to see. But all things considered, they might just have been able to pull it out. But again, not quite as well as I had hoped initially. And I know that I seem a little distracted in these when I'm saying what I'm saying here, but it's primarily because I know that none of our viewers can see it, but
Attackers are heading out to defuse a bomb.
his sitting posture right now is... I give up. Anyhow, ladies and gentlemen, round 8 in action phase. As Alexia might be looking for a run out. No, he won't be actually. I don't know if he wanted to initially and then saw the cams and decided against it. Gunmaker sees the open window now. He knows that it was open from inside though, because the glass is of course unaffected. As we have the Mozzie all the way up top, roaming around as he does, the little Australian man going out for a couple of kills as Lexia hides inside of the pillars room. A Jonah spotted where Mozzie is minding. He's going out towards wide, but talk about excellent use of information. AXH finds Gunmaker, but Kingslayer will retaliate, taking down Kakashi as the ace will fall. That's your hard breacher gone. Now AXH, of course, is the other hard breacher for the side of D3 Space. So they still have some hard breach capacity, but it's effectively speaking been halved in this situation. Round 8 continuing with Executor finding one more. That's Kingslayer off the board. The refrag is taken, but more importantly, it's a 3v4 now. D3 Space once again pulling ahead this time. Looks like Clickbait are getting a little bit ahead of themselves, peeking a little bit too aggressively. Luxia needs to look towards his left, but there's somebody inside a train. He will miss the shot and just about gets away because there's somebody in 90 towards the towards Fireplace, which is also not going to look too good for the Bandit if he gets taken out here. And now Abuakil pushing up. So is AXH. He might find the Bandit first. Will he, though? Shots fired and misses entirely. Luxia will fall back down the brown stairs. And with a minute remaining, that could just be a huge play because that is a Bandit with, well, barbed wire. I was about to say C4, but I didn't see that he has barbed wire. Regardless, that is a Bandit still alive. Noxley gets taken care of by Whiskey in the meanwhile, who's pushing in towards sight as Clickbait seems to be not looking too good this time around. D3 Space very much in the advantage, but Luxia on the flank could make a big connect right now while Whiskey gets his double. It's now a 1v4, all down to the Bandit on second floor. And does he know where any of these attackers are? He does see one of them and takes out the Ash. That's the first one. Executor gone. is the beginning of a 1v4. Could be a clutch, a very winnable clutch. Maybe, maybe not. Depends on how the attackers react to that first kill being taken. 30 seconds on the clock. Shots fired from above, but Whisk will somehow survive. Luxia not connecting this time around. Could have had that kill, but he will actually come back and take him down. Now 20 seconds remain. He's going towards brown stairs. Yes, he is. No, he isn't. He somehow manages to connect onto the head of a Wakil. Now it's a 1v1. Coming down the red stairs. Where's he going to go through? Goes through that main rotate. And I don't think the Hibana's aware. There's only so much time. Will he get the kill in time? No, he doesn't. The timer's gone off. And Luxia, all he can do now is fight. And he will still lose that because of the prone from AXH. Dodging the knife just in time. Oh, that could have been such a huge 1v4 right there. But it was not to be. Luxia gave it his hardest shot, as we will see in the instant replay, but it is now a 5-3. Round 9 is the scoreboard, ladies and gentlemen. Round 9 is on the scoreboard, ladies and gentlemen. 5-3 is the actual count. 15 kills to Teddy. Wait a minute. Let's have a look at that scoreboard one more time. 15. All right. He has been doing some heavy lifting today. And he's going to have to live to kill a little bit more, if you will, because they need those frags. They need those kills. If they don't get them, then, of course, Clickbait will be looking at the other end of what could be a match point taken by D3. Sure, there's 3 rounds to go for D3 to get to match point to begin with, but there's a chance. And when it comes to competitive Rainbow Six, you can never quite discount that chance.
We do have to agree on that, Jack. Talking about this next round, D3 Space might have a chance to win this round. Although the way how aggressive plays that D3 Space, actually the Hibana, she did get lucky twice. The one which was a lucky wall bang eliminating Gunmaker, and then in the second taking out Luxia. Talk about 2 faces of the same coin, I believe. Am I right?
10 seconds to go.
Anyways, with the round coming in play, almost the action phase, as the timer ticks down to 5 seconds, we will see Luxia bringing in the Vigil, and Gunmaker decides to distract the attackers, knowing that there might be a spawn kill. Who knows, there should be a spawn kill from the Mozzie itself, but no, it's just going to be distraction. It's just a bit of a way of showing, a bit of a, alerting them so that the attackers would take their time to hold the angle, make sure that the spawn peaks would not happen. And Luxia playing also very close in towards that specific spot, but AXH again taking out Luxia. Oh boy, already an early kill, and this is the second time that we're going to see this. Previous round, it was Gunmaker who got picked out early, and now it is Luxia's time. The man who made that 1v4 happen, unfortunately didn't work, and looks like Tedio is going to go down as well, right into towards the small bakery window. Well then, already it looks like Clickbait is starting to have some major issues in this round itself. Tedio being down would have a chance for Noxy to revive him back. There you go. Tedio will be revived back to at least 10 HP. And looks like the concussion ace will come in, but it's at the wrong position. But still, he gets the headshot, taking out the Mozzie. Oh boy, things are not looking too well here for Team Clickbait, as they've already lost 2 players. But Kingslayer will be able to take out Executor this time, eliminating the Ash, who was pushing in towards the prep room. But the hard breach is underway here. They're opening up lines of sight. They're opening up an entryway so that they could go in for the execute. They've cleared out the rooms. Now they just have to focus on the anchors who are currently holding the site. The shock drones will come in to take out any specific utilities, be it the yokai drones, the ADSs, or proximity mines, which is nearby in towards the site. Another concussion nade will come in, which would give them information saying that there isn't any particular player in towards their kitchen cooking. But they do need to rethink that strategy first, because a lot of gunfights has been directed towards that specific position. Vertical lines of sight would force Kingslayer to fall back in towards Bakery. He has information. He just needs to make sure that he needs to get these kills. If he does not win this gunfight, that means DT Space will be 1 round away to get that access, and looks like there will be another refrag from Kingslayer this time. Puts it in a 2v3. He'll be able to drop the defuse, which would force the attackers to get that diffuser back in towards the Bakery. Kingslayer, all he needs to do is survive, and looks like he won't be in the hands of Whiskey. 1v3. Noxy has the yokai drones. He could make sure that he would waste a lot of time, but he needs to do this as best as possible. Currently in towards court. The Echo really needs to be careful. Get off the cam, Echo! Oh, no. Oh, boy. Not looking too good there. T3 Space will be able to win yet another round on First Pro Kitchen round 9. And with it, they'll be able to make sure that they would equalize this round count here. 5-4. One more round for D3 Space to win it out. Will it happen, or will we see Clickbait denying the overtime? We're about to find out in round 10, third floor bar and cocktail lounge.
So close, yet so far. Clickbait, not sure what's going wrong with the defense, but it's certainly a whole lot more than we're seeing just here, if you will. D3 definitely doing good with their attack so far. A sudden kick up from the team has put this match into a 5-4. Clickbait have been so close to match point for so long now, and yet they just can't quite seem to get there. As D3 Space, in the meanwhile, they of course will be looking to, emphasize on this situation that they have found themselves in, taking 2 back-to-back rounds. Now coming back to third floor bar, right there, from the side of Clickbait, which is a side that we did see Clickbait take a few rounds ago. So it could be that this round gets taken by Team Clickbait once again. They get themselves on the match point, and that's when the real questions start to arise, because D3 Space have won the other, their first floor kitchen side pretty much very well so far, if you will. Although, again, the last round could have been better for Clickbait. Could have been better for D3 Space just in general. Tons of things can be done better by both teams. Whoa. Okay, then I'm not sure how the pest bounced that high, going off the barbed wire, but all right, I guess Kingslayer is going to roll with the punches right there. Regardless, the laws of physics, yes, absolutely. But, the laws of physics and their quirkiness notwithstanding, round 10 will be underway. Kingslayer waiting for a C4 play. He might just be able to get one. He will hear the recharge. No, he won't actually. He's waiting for it to go off, and he throws out the C4, but of course it does not connect. But he has a drone right here on red stairs. He's going to save that nice and quickly as Whiskey holds the long angle on a white corridor. Kingslayer watching for the rappel onto any of the piano windows, as we have just a bit of a stalemate, if you will. You have information being taken by the side of D3 Space. They want all of the info that they can get here, but of course, Clickbait could start turning things around, could start taking bodies here. Unfortunately, they haven't so far. But, well, as I was saying, the first body does get taken, but that's Whiskey with the first kill, actually. Luxia to fall. Shots of fire, that's from Kingslayer inside of the cigar shop. But doesn't connect. Whiskey's still alive with just a little bit of HP left on the man, as he's now peeking white stairs door for some odd reason. Meanwhile, we've got plenty of players towards the red stairs area. I'm not sure if Clickbait is aware of that. But if they are, there we go. Kingslayer going to take one. That's a block kill off the board, but he wasn't counting on somebody else being just below on brown stairs. That's Whiskey taking yet another kill. Mind you, it's a 4v3. Noxie trying to connect on a few heads with the pre-fire. Not going to find one, of course. There's the Twitch, as the Mozzie drone will reveal. He's going to push up ever so slightly, give himself a good position here as the marks are coming in. But the drones are coming in as well. Wait a minute. Did that drone straight run past him? I think it did. And he might just have a good position. He's going to see a few does a bit of damage to the Executor, but not a whole lot. 40 seconds on the clock. Not too much remaining for the side of D3 Space, as more shots will be fired any second. Now you have Whiskey looking for an angle. He doesn't know exactly where the Jaeger is, but he might just be able to find him any second now. All he needs to do is push up just a little bit more. Teddy watching from inside of Freezer. Again, a good, powerful angle to have, as Clickbait only have 3 operators remaining, but these 3 are delaying for so much time right now. That is the main point here. Time is being taken away, as the plant will finally go off. That's from the Executor. That's to bait out the remaining players, and there we go. He's going to go for the plant. Asteria gets one. AX8 goes down, but no. Whiskey with the quad will deny the Oryx, and now it's all down to Gunmaker. The smoke in bathroom is seen, and Whiskey will take The ace. Gunmaker will go down, ladies and gentlemen, as a D3 space will equalize 5-5, coming up from what was a 4-0 or a 0-4 to begin with. Now that they've equalized, a big chunk of this comeback has been taken care of. Now comes the real game, where if D3 Space manages to take the win from here, ladies and gentlemen, that will be another huge comeback from them. But Clickbait is still not out of this equation, not by a long shot. It definitely was a fantastic ace from Whiskey right there, but it's only one round, and obviously, you can't ace multiple rounds in a row. Not even the best in the world can do that. It's just not exactly possible. There's just so many permutations and combinations of holds, defender positions, utilities, intel, so many things to take care of. But regardless of that fact, we have the Oryx in play once again. Clickbait defending top floor. Now they've lost this top floor site as well. So what do they bring out here? Oh boy, am I excited to find out.
Me too, Jack. Me too. The way how Whiskey has been delivering aces and also eliminating Luxia at the earliest time possible. Luxia really needs to be careful in certain situations like these. And talking about Noxy though, I believe, yeah, Noxy was playing as Echo in round 9 first floor kitchen. I do have to apologize one bit. For a moment there, I kind of said that he was watching the cam. In fact, he wasn't watching the cam. He actually was holding an angle in towards court. So I just have to, make clear of that. Again, I do have to apologize to the viewers who thought that he wasn't looking at the cam. I just realized it by checking out the cam. But for now, talking about this round itself, Luxia really needs to be careful here. Make sure that he won't get caught. Talking about him, he will currently be in towards Skylight. Looks like it would be a difficult path around here. Whiskey again taking out Noxy. Oh boy. Whiskey is on fire, ladies and gentlemen. He is not going to stop until he reaches his goal. Breach charge will come in, and I believe he's just going to make an instant line of access. And also a lot of pre-fires in towards the window of exactly where he is, but that's going to give him an angle. The defenders really needs to be careful. And talking about the other players though, eliminating Noxy at the earliest time possible will deny the Maestro cams to be used. Although it will be given some information, but he won't be able to deal any damage at all. This is exactly what it needs. That's exactly what D3 Space needs to make this comeback. Just talking about their recent points, they haven't won a single match in this season. They really need this match to make sure that they would make a comeback, and looks like A will be able to take out Luxia. Puts in a 3v5. There's an immediate control in towards Piano as they're slowly making their way in towards the side. The smoke should come in to go for the plant. There's a lot of lines of access that they really need to be careful on. The Zofia taking out Teddy Oi. The freezer push. Ash almost saw the player, but Gunmaker will be the one to eliminate him. The dream for Clickbait, they had the opportunity and looks like they're losing it slowly. And also ever, A will be able to take out yet another one, the Maverick, taking out Gunmaker, and so does Kingslayer in the end. Whiskey, the man who gets a triple kill, will be the one to win round 11 third floor bar as well. What is happening? Especially what is going on with Clickbait? They had the upper hand in the first half itself. What is happening on Clickbait on defense? Why are they losing a lot of gunfights? And especially Clickbait, losing Luxia in the early rounds. This is, I wouldn't say that Luxia, got caught off in the early rounds. It was, I believe it was Noxy who was playing as the Maestro. Maestro got early picked out in the previous round. We actually did get to see Luxia getting picked out twice in a row. And now it's 5-6 in favor of D3 Space. They're the ones currently in match point. They've made a decision to go back to third floor bar and cocktail lounge again. 3 times. Now that's what I call a jackpot.
Defenders, protect your bombs. Defused by attackers.
I guess if D3 Space wins this, then it's a jackpot for them, because I really don't see, this being a jackpot for the side of Team Clickbait. I'm gonna be honest with you. As, I have the same question as you do, Baba. What happened to Clickbait? Is this really the same team that started off this match with a 4-0 lead? I highly doubt that, ladies and gentlemen. They have completely lost it from the looks of it. And that's not good. That is not good. Not just for this match. Obviously, it's not good for this match. But for Clickbait in general. Because if a match going this late into its like standard round set is what sets them off by this much, I shudder to think what would happen in the longer games. They need to get themselves together and very quickly. Teddior going for a bit of a spawn peak, but of course he's not going to see anybody over out in that direction. I mean, people don't really go all the way out on that spawn. I'm not sure where he's looking, but he's not going to get anybody just yet. And looks like he's realized that. Watching now the red stairs to see if he can find somebody nice and quickly. But unfortunately, he's going to get taken down. That's Whiskey, who took the first rappel onto the red, onto this balcony of train. And he finds Teddy one. Not good. Not good. Clickbait taking up these positions. Not good. Whiskey, however. Ooh, boy. Kingsley, in the meanwhile, is going to find a block. That was the Zofia rappelling onto the piano window. And he's actually going to find another. Looks like Kingsley's not having any of this. Not today. He finds Whiskey. Makes it a 4 versus 3 in favor of Team Clickbait. As now they've taken the advantage. Luxia going on down below, waiting for a C4 play for the man. He's obviously there for that. Maybe even for plant denial, should there be the amount of intel required for that situation. Shots fired. That's Kakashi trying to find somebody. Not going to be able to, mind you. Kingslayer's cigar shop hold has finally paid off. It seems Clickbait are just very eager to peek and pre-fire as many things as possible, as the smoke grenade will go out. Executor opening up a very small angle. I think he sees potentially the top of the head of the defender holding inside of the pixel angle. And that, of course, is most likely Gunmaker. It is right there. Kingslayer holding his cross. As we have an entry being made, AXH finds Kingslayer. That's a good drop, and a much needed drop in this situation, as the alibi will fall back nice and quickly. AXH knows that he has to be very careful there. Kakashi has been downed, of course, and Luxia could come in for the kill. The revive's coming in from Executor, but Luxia will choose not to. His C4 has been used up, and he's going to fall back onto pillars to see if he can do something about anybody approaching the new balcony. And he might just be able to. There's two people approaching there. He sees one, takes the kill. Now it's a 3v2. As we have another body being dropped. Once again, Clickbait making sure that D3 Space does not get away with any sort of lead. Kakashi is the man alive with the diffuser very low on his health count. Executor has to stick with him no matter what, just to make sure that this man is alive and gets the plant off. Because if it all comes down to the Ash, there's very little chance of this round actually going their way. 15 seconds and 3 kills need to be taken. It's now or never for the side of D3 Space. They need these. But the Mozzie coming in, Luxia from behind. He won't actually get Kakashi because Gunmaker gets him. And Noxie comes in with the Executor kill as well. The shotgun comes out. And that, ladies and gentlemen, is it going to be Team Clickbait finally winning a round. And some would say, what a time to win a round, because, ladies and gentlemen, are you ready to rumble? Overtime is in play. Round 13, 6-6 is the scoreline. Third floor bar, the side of choice.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, you've heard it. Overtime. And looks like the first thing that we are going to see is Clickbait on defense. The side, though, will be on third floor bar. The fourth time I'm actually going to see Clickbait defending on third floor bar. I mean, this is actually more than jackpot. I mean, it was almost about to be a jackpot when, D3 Space would have won it 3 times in a row, but unfortunately it did not. You win some, you lose some. But talking about round 13, the pressure is onto these two teams. And since they did eliminated Whiskey at the earliest amount of time possible, making sure that he would not deal some major damage, Clickbait will somehow survive, managing to win this round. If Whiskey gets more than what he can bargain for, that means Clickbait will lose this specific round. This is exactly what I can see as of now. I mean, talking about his KDA as well, Whiskey with a total of 15 kills. And talking about Kingslayer is on 14. Sort of steady out with a total of 16 kills. Oh boy. A lot of pressure, I mean, from both of these teams, knowing that D3 space, although they did lose a lot of matches, this might be that turning point. This might prove that they're still not out of the game. And looks like that they're giving good amount of performance being displayed here against Clickbait. Although Clickbait had good amount of opportunities in the attack phase itself, winning 4 rounds of attack. Not quite sure what exactly happened there. Maybe they did not expected such sheer resilience of D3 Space's attack itself. Who knows, maybe in the action phase, we're about to find out where the already 2 of the attackers have made their way in towards the roof to open up the hatches and also hold their angle in towards Skylight. Whereas Luxia will not be very aggressive as of now. Most of the time, he always gets picked out quite early enough. The breaching charge will come in to open up the hatch. Shouldn't be much of a problem dealing with those hatches. The only thing that they really need to worry about is the players in towards piano and also in towards the side. This time Clickbait has made a decision to go for a very heavy anchor hold instead of trying to go for a very aggressive spawn pick or a very aggressive roam play. Looks like we will see Igar in towards second floor, but for now he's just going to fall back and make his way in towards the white stairs instead. Talking about time, Clickbait is still doing good. Talking about the D3 space though, they are still trying to analyze it via the drones to give them information and also try to figure out at which push do they have to go. Will they try to eliminate the deployable shield in towards piano and slowly make their way in towards the site? Or will they try to get control in towards freezer, try to use the smoke grenades to try to go for the plant? Multiple opportunities for D3 space to push in, and looks like they will continue to do their own strats. Hirabua kill in towards pillars to try to eliminate players who are playing also very close in towards the cocktail lounge. Unfortunately, they won't be able to find anything as of now. Looks like the Ash will start making her plays by taking out the deployable shield in towards the piano. Looks like that's going to force them to fall back. Although Gunmaker will be in towards the bathroom, whereas Kingslayer has got the backside of Gunmaker covered. But a little bit of explosions will deal some damage to Teddy Oi and Noxy. A lot of pressure, a lot of suspense being created by these two teams, and we still have no idea on who's going to go out. And I believe that total of 35 seconds, we're about to find out an extreme chaos coming in between these two teams.
That is most certainly going to be the case with all members alive from both sides. And we are just passing the 25-second mark. We're going to have a couple of kills coming in. 3 kills actually make that 4. Bodies dropped as Clickbait has completely imploded. Executor's going for the plant, and now it's all down to Noxy. The smoke, the last man standing by a mirror window. Can he find one? No, he can't. D3 space with a flawless round coming in on round 13. What a way to start off overtime, ladies and gentlemen. That is absolutely amazing. Putting themselves on overtime match point going into round 14, as we will see in the instant replay. 4 bodies dropping in such quick succession. You know, some would say that the defenders having all 5 players alive going into the final 20 seconds is just good for them. They have their positions and their operators rooted in those positions very deeply, right? Apparently, not when it's up against D3. D3 proved that the attackers with 5 bodies remaining can be just as deadly at putting up a fantastic fight. And that has been the case today. Once again, I will remind all of our viewers, D3 Space were 0-4 down, and now they are 7-6 up. This is the closest that they have come so far to finishing this match on a victory. Of course, you know, round 15 maximum overtime does exist. But the real point of the matter is, given the way D3 has played today, Clickbait, I'm not sure what happened to them on the other side of Rollstrong, because looking at the scoreboard, right? Not the in-game scoreboard, the round history scoreboard. D3 Space, starting from round 7, have taken 5 rounds, including round 13. While Clickbait have only taken 2. That is the recent history of this match, because Clickbait took the first 4 with absolute ease. D3 did not. They fought for this position, and they are here to try and win it once and for all, to take this round and make and put some points on the board for the season. Finally, like, you know, some teams in other divisions or in Div 3 in previous seasons, they've put points on the board very late into the season. Yes, they've been either relegated or they somehow managed to avoid relegation by winning their final matches in the season. And usually it's like fairly cut and dry, like 7-5, 7-4s, and whatnot. But this would be a very epic way for D3 Space to put points on the board for themselves this season. Going from a 0-4 to an 8-6 comeback, oh boy, I'm pretty sure they'll be very happy with the result if it goes that way. Again, Clickbait could have something to say. And as the action phase drones on for this 14th round, we're about to find out what exactly that is.
Well, D3 Space have shown what they are capable of, but they have this opportunity as of now. They just need to make sure that they should not make mistakes. They need to make sure that they would get these kills, early kills, play it as passively as possible. And with the amount of information that they have, they just need to halt the attacker's aggression a bit. And talking about the attackers here from Team Clickbait, they haven't gotten control into a Strain Museum as of now. Teddy Oy is still holding the angle from third floor. He's a bit worried, knowing that there might be some defenders holding in on the top floor. And I believe there is the Vigil in towards White Corridor, which is going to provide a lot of problems. The drone will be destroyed, but also gives away his location. And Teddy Oy will be the one to try to hunt Vigil down. Currently towards third floor cocktail lounge, but no, he'll decide to use the impacts to fall back, but that is going to be his grave mistake as Gunmaker will be able to see his play and shut it down immediately. That's going to be one of the roamers taken care of. D3 Space have already lost one. Clickbait has the advantage. They could put this match in overtime match point. The C4 will come in, but Abu Akil gonna take out Luxia, and here comes a push from the Zofia to try to make things amends, but it's not gonna work out well. It's an immediate refrag. Puts in the 3v3 C4s, explosions, and looks like it will come to a halt a bit, knowing that they still needs to worry about opening up the hatches, opening up the walls, and looks like the major damage has been dealt with both these teams. D3 Space, they've come up way too far. They're not going to give up this one, and so does Team Clickbait, who've made so many mistakes in the second half. The time of play is now, and looks like the information is exactly what's going to favor on the side of Team Clickbait. 3v2 as Teddy Oy takes it up. Wakil, 12 seconds left to make that play. Whiskey, the man who makes those plays, unfortunately goes down. 2v1. The plan is going in on the side of Team Clickbait. It's going to get denied on the hands of Executor. All he has to do is run away, prone in, hidden. And looks like Teddy Oy won't be able to go for the plant at all. D3 Space will be writing history for the TEC League Season 4, 8-6. What a wonderful comeback that we're going to see against here. Even with the 4 losses in the previous matchups, this time they'll be able to defeat Clickbait in a very long match. What a well-played game here, especially all thanks to Whiskey and AS. What a play, and also what a game coming in from these two teams. Clickbait, although they did try their best in the first half, but unfortunately in the second, oh boy, didn't look too well in their favor though.
Really didn't. You know, like we've said many times in this match, just in general, I'm not sure what happened to Clickbait on the second half, but as soon as they started losing rounds within those first 6, they went 4-2 up onto roll swap. Sure, they were losing momentum because they lost those 2 rounds right towards the end, right? Rounds 5 and 6. But one would expect with a team with a lead as big as that they'd be able to go into the win fairly easily, right? I mean, after all, it is D3 Space. They've lost more matches this season than I believe that they did last season or the season before that, whichever season they were in. Excuse me, whichever season D3 Team Sky. Actually, I got confused for a second. I keep thinking that Team Sky and Space are the same, but they're not actually. Team Sky is different, Space is different. I should probably remember that. Regardless, we'll be talking about what I was trying to say in Relive the Moment, going live on the screens right now, ladies and gentlemen. It's a little bit of an after show thing that we do. Excuse me. It's a little bit of an after show thing that we do where we talk about the highs and the lows of the match that we just had. And, you know, what both teams could do better going forward from here. And like I said, you know, Clickbait. Not sure what happened to them. The first half was really good. The first 4 rounds, just in general, were really good for them. Sure, some rounds were closer than others, but then D3 on the defense started firing back. And that is what they needed in that situation, right? To take a round on defense. And they did that. They took the rounds 5 and round 6. Unfortunately, after they did that, right? Unfortunately for Clickbait, that is, Clickbait came back. They made it 5-2, put themselves 1 round away from match point, and then what do we see? We see 4 rounds back to back being taken by D3 Space. Some excellent communication and coordination, and some excellent intel work just kept them going time and time again. Although I will say this little clip on round 6 could have been Gunmakers. He just didn't have the health for that final confrontation. Although, if he had just gotten Executor, who was playing the Bandit in that round earlier, when he was already shooting at him, then that round would have been clutchable, much more clutchable for the side of Team Clickbait. Again, it was errors like that that kept getting them found and taken out. And man, that shot from Teddy, I mean, that's a shot and a half from the Legion right there. Regardless, after this point, right, after that win for Clickbait, 4 rounds, all the way up till D3 Space taking match point, were taken by obviously D3 Space. I just said it right there, right? And it was just down to Clickbait making some really foolish errors, right? They were positioning themselves terribly. Their plays, their ideas being just so aggressive all the time, constantly. Not good for them in the slightest, and they tried to force the round into their favor when they had no leg room to do so, and they kept doing it over and over and over again. And of course, that round 9 clip right there, I mean, that was just unfortunate, right? And Echo doing Echo things gets found within the coach check room. Yeah, not too good, if you will. But it's kind of like a summary of Clickbait, right? They were so caught up in those first 4 rounds that they didn't change anything, for the most part, about how they were playing around in the next many rounds to come, right? Even here at the caster seat, both me and Baba were like, all right, we've got a 4-0 in our hands. It's probably going to be 7-2 at best. We can just chill out. Not too much energy spent here. But as it turns out, there was quite a lot of energy spent, because there were a lot of rounds, and D3 Space were the ultimate winners of this match, and that is probably tonight's biggest surprise. We had a couple of pretty good games before this one, right? We had match 2, which was Ground 9 versus Exotic Esports, which went fairly close right towards the end. Excuse me, there. And Ground 9, I believe, were the ones to end up winning that. Once again, Exotic, they had a good start, but just like Clickbait today, they somehow ended up not winning. And the same was almost the case for Spectre and Throw Syndicate, where Throw Syndicate had a huge 6-0 lead. And they nearly messed it up right towards the end, but they didn't, of course. They managed to win 7-4. So yeah, all in all, some fantastic games. And I have to say, Clickbait, they're going to have to really look at their performance here, because it will not be good for them in future if they continue to play this way, ladies and gentlemen. But regardless, that is, that's actually it for tonight's games and for tonight's stream. As all 3 matches have been taken care of, we did have a little rundown of all 3 while we were doing Reel of the Moment right there. So yeah, all in all, a fantastic day of matches, and 1 more day to go for Division 3 in the WD Black Esports Club Pro League for Rainbow Six Siege, supported by Ubisoft. And it's actually the last time we'll see Division 3 up until any other teams from Division 3, that is, up until any other Rainbow Six related projects spring up in the region. We'll see what the future holds, but for now, we'll see what day 6 holds. And up until then, which is of course tomorrow. So up until tomorrow, that has been it from myself, Blackjack, my co-caster Babagusa, and of course our Amin Eisen, as we will see you all with the final day of Division 3 tomorrow at around that 6 p.m.-ish Indian Standard Time. Stay tuned, and good night.
We head for the sky, it's alright. Our wings wouldn't fly, it's alright. If we are crashing down again, pieces of love, it's alright. Scattered in mud, it's alright. You're giving me a lie again. And tell me what you want, this time I won't take it to the heart. Cause I know we won't make it out, I've heard it all before. Yeah, tell me what you want, let me hear that I'm the only one. You know that we won't make it out, we've heard it all before. It's alright. It's alright. It's alright. It's alright. It's alright, so let's move on. 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 We head for the sky, it's alright. Our wings wouldn't fly, it's alright. If we are crashing down again, pieces of love, it's alright. Scattered in mud, it's alright. You're giving me a lie again. And tell me what you want, this time I won't take it to the heart. Cause I know we won't make it out, I've heard it all before. Yeah, tell me what you want, let me hear that I'm the only one. You know that we won't make it out, we've heard it all before. It's alright. Hey. It's alright.